Hey Marc, s'il te plaît. Là. On est capable de prendre un 2-3 minutes? Ouais, là, c'est bon. T'as mon micro qui rentre là-dedans.
Ingo, would you like to speak at the lectern or from the...
On va faire jouer la vidéo maintenant. Comme ça, au moins, ça va...
Ça serait vite, parce que sinon on commence sans vidéo. Ok.
Undersecretary Mrema, Undersecretary Carney, Undersecretary. If you want the phone. Secretary. I mean, that's. But since you asked, well, you can just call me anything.
We are waiting for a small logistics problem with interaction, and we are going to be starting.
Pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for halting the loss of biodiversity.
We
therefore commit to the following.
Biodiversity is connected to everything that sustains us and is invaluable for future generations.
Permanent loss of biodiversity represents one of the biggest systemic risks for all life on the planet.
We are totally convinced that biodiversity is an absolute necessity if we want to continue to develop our civilization.
Financial returns do not matter if there's no future with a good quality of life of our clients to enjoy.
Without nature, we cannot and will not survive.
Without immediate action by the Earth's stakeholders to deter climate change and protect biodiversity, ecosystems will fail, resources will diminish, and animals as well as humans will perish.
On behalf of Caisse des Dépôts, I pledge for biodiversity. On behalf of HSBC Global Asset Management, I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for biodiversity.
I pledge for halting the loss of biodiversity.
We therefore commit to the following.
By 2024, at the latest.
Collaborate and share knowledge.
Engage with companies.
Assess impact.
Set targets.
And report publicly.
The financial sector has great power to steer towards sound biodiversity investments.
Financial institutions, through their roles as investors or lenders, can influence the policies and procedures of companies, alter their behavior and impacts.
Therefore, I ask each financial institution, small or big, to sign the pledge.
I would like to call on other financial institutions to sign the pledge.
All institutions together have to unite to push in that direction. Without that, we will not succeed.
Together, we can have
Hello. Okay. Without further ado, my name is Camille Maclay. I will be organizing this event today. Since we have now sorted a technical issue, I think we will start immediately. And I would like to invite, first to welcome everyone on that Finance and Biodiversity Day. Thank you for being here. I would like to invite Mrs. Inger Andersen, Undersecretary General of the United Nations Organizations and Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Programme. Inge.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Camille. And can I just say what a pleasure it is to see such a full room. And I know that we have people on the platform as well. And let me pay tribute to the lady here on my left. She is still standing and she's phenomenal. And well done, Elizabeth. Thank you for leading this COP. Of course, yeah, thank you. Thank you. But today is Finance Day and we have I also want to really pay tribute to you, Mark. You've just been phenomenal and you've been a voice for years and years on nature, on climate. We're so grateful. And so thank you very much. And of course to Emmanuel Faber, who has had a long, distinguished career in business and who continues to push on this. So this is a wonderful, wonderful morning to have these good people here. But this is the first time that we have an official day that is devoted inside a COP to finance and to biodiversity finance. And it's for a good reason, right? And you heard these CEOs and others say that they get that this is important. They also get it's difficult. And they also get that they easily can be accused of greenwashing. And so finding that, threading that needle, that's what this is all about, figuring out how to do this so that it's meaningful, etc. Because we do need to more than double investment in biodiversity into assets and activities that have a positive impact on biodiversity, from 154 billion or so to around 380 or say 400 billion per year into land and seascape work, restoration, productivity, etc. And we need to obviously ensure that the capital flows have not nature negative impacts. And how do we make that happen? Well, right here in these halls, right now, this is part of what is being negotiated. Goal D references alignment of financial flows with nature and biodiversity. That's important. And so please focus on that and understand what that really means. And I think when one of the CEOs said, actually, we need to have sort of transparency and understand clear targets, it's because the sector, the finance sector needs to know that. They can't just sort of grab it out of thin air. So getting that clarity matters. And we also know that the draft Global Biodiversity Framework, the post-2020 framework, calls for assessing and disclosing nature-related impacts to harmful flows or impacts on what happens of those assets in a nature setting. And that means that on the one hand, we need to understand and reduce and reverse impacts. And on the other hand, we need to increase flow to nature. That's what the Finance Day has to be all about. And so in this room here today, we have a lot of voices that matter. We have people from businesses, from financial regulators, policymakers, financial stakeholders, activists, NGOs, academicians, government representatives, and all of those voices are important. But I do want to say, and again, pay tribute to Elizabeth, because it is the first time that we have so many folks from the private sector, from the banking sector. And let's understand that inviting them inside the tent is part of finding sustainable solutions. Now, from our side, we see sort of 4 to-do items that we think it's important that we carry with us. The first is that we need to think about the subsidies that are going into the economies. both on the fiscal and commercial incentives. We need to ensure that these nature negative flows are turned around and that we can turn them into nature positive solutions. And we need to deal with these harmful subsidies that we already know exists, and they are driving certain behaviors in the fisheries industry, in the agriculture industry, in the timber industry, in the fossil fuel industry. And we need to understand that that is not a nature positive story. Whilst it enables some business out there to do some things, it is not long-term sustainable, and it is not the way that we want to go. And folks can move their assets into more sustainable pathway and ensuring that happens. And that's part of the conversation. The second thing is that we need to really innovate. We need to think about innovative solutions. We need to think about accountability. And we hope very much that agreements that will be made in these coming days will directly influence the future policies and regulations, influence in a way that it will inform what nature positive looks like, influence in a way that it will encourage investors and enable regulators to shift some gears to go in the right direction. And the third deals with disclosures. Look, we learned a lot from climate, and we are not there yet, but the task force on climate-related disclosures was important and enabled businesses to begin to align and understand if you are a CEO, an investor, an asset holder, a pension fund, a banker, what does it look like when I want to not have a climate negative investment portfolio? Well, transfer that onto nature. And here, the Task Force for Nature-related disclosures is very, very critical. And again, Elizabeth is a co-chair of that task force. And financial institutions here, you know, as the task force is playing with what that might look like, we invite financial institutions inside as they're beta testing some of this work right now. What does it look like? Time-bound commitments, how do you shift it? How can we be holding ourselves to account for nature and avoid greenwashing, which nobody wants? Well, maybe some people want, but I can assure you we don't want. And so ensuring that we stay on the straight and narrow here. And that becomes my third priority. And fourth, of course, let's make sure that we measure what matters. We had the other day the launch of the Inclusive Wealth Index report, a UNEP report, that speaks to what is wealth. Because today in our GDP, when we understand how wealthy we are, well, the irony is, of course, that, as I said in that opening speech, you can cut the proverbial forest down and yay, your GDP goes up. You can build, 10 coal-powered plants, and yay, your GDP goes up. How does that even begin to compute? When we look at, yes, our manufactured capital has increased, but what kind of capital is it really? When we look at, yes, our skills have increased, and our skills capital has increased, and we're very happy about having more people, better health, better educated, etc. But when our natural capital is tanking, that just doesn't compute for the future. So we need to be clear about how we measure well-being and how we measure growth, because it can't just be measured on the basis of flow. It has to be measured on the basis of assets. So these 4 points, repurposing subsidies, let's be sure that we have innovative financial accountability and solutions, make sure that we disclose what we're doing and measure what matters. These are important gear levers in this conversation. As I said, I really like to recognize Mark Carney, because you've been absolutely extraordinary here. From your time at the Bank of Canada to the time at Bank in England, and right now as the Secretary General Special Envoy on Finance, we are very, very grateful. And what you've done also on the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, these are important steps that you've taken, you've dared to take, taken a few bullets in the process. But look, it is about inviting everyone to a journey, and that journey has begun. So let's make sure that today we really use this day, that we exchange. We can hurl insults at each other, but that's not going to get us very far. We live in a financial system that is what it is. How do we shift that for the better? That's the way we want to talk about this. And the fact that you're all here means a lot. We need all these voices to make this happen. And just as the Paris Accord was a reference point for climate, we need to get this global biodiversity framework nailed down, and we need to get it nailed down as a common basis for policymakers, for financiers, for businesses, and yes, for the entire world, for our existence. We know that the finance sector and private sector flows are significant, but they do not substitute for public sector flows. So let it also be known that in the resource mobilization conversation, we do need to talk about the public sector finance as well as the private sector finance, which is part and parcel of what these talks are all about. But let me say thank you, and I'm sorry I have to run for another thing, but I really, really am happy that we are having this day today. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inger, for those words. I would now like to invite Mrs. Elizabeth Mrema, Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity.
Good morning and greetings to you all. Indeed, very delighted to see you all in this room. As Inga had indicated, the first time in the history of the convention and the conference of the parties that we have the financial sector with this magnitude involved in the negotiations and ensuring that main outcome of this conference of the parties also recognize your role, the role of business, the role of the financial sector. And thank you very much, Mark Carney, for joining us, Emmanuel Faber for joining us. Really a pleasure to see you because your entities have been on board, probably advanced than us, even within the convention, in really emphasizing the role of the financial sector in nature conservation. So your presence here means a lot because it also delivers message to the negotiators that financial sector is important when it comes to biodiversity conservation, protection, restoration, and its sustainable use. The governments cannot work on their own without other stakeholders, and therefore financial sector is part of that important and key stakeholder in the biodiversity conservation, and if we have to deal or halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity. The DENSI program of the events on biodiversity and finance here today clearly, and your presence clearly demonstrate the interest and the active engagement, your active engagement, not just this day here, but actually beyond the end of this conference when we get back to our destination. So thank you very much for joining us, for seeing your important role in the subject matters being discussed here. And as the governments or the parties work to agree on the new global biodiversity framework, we know they also need to agree on the mobilization of resources to support the implementation of that agreement. And currently, the key part of the negotiation is on the means of implementation of that framework. And key to the means of implementation, resource mobilization is one, monitoring, reporting framework is another, sharing equitably the, the benefits accruing from the management of biodiversity is also among those issues. And more so, the numerical value of the different targets being discussed. And some of the key targets which will be of interest to you, one is what Inga Andersen mentioned, draft target 15, which currently is calling on business, corporate bodies, financial institutions, not only to manage risks and impacts, but actually to assess those risks, impacts, because many of your operations are also dependent on that biodiversity or nature, and be able then to report and disclose. It's not just the dependence, but clearly biodiversity conservation provide opportunities to your operations. And then it also calls for increasing financial flows from all sources, public, private, domestic. And this is where, again, we'll see you. Of course, it also calls at eliminating or reducing subsidies harmful to biodiversity, and actually proposing at least $500 billion per year. We know more goes into harmful subsidies. We also know, for instance, public investment banks providing almost about $2.6 trillion per year on activities which are harmful to biodiversity. And these are statistics just 2019. And we also know millions or trillions of dollars goes into fossil fuel production. So these harmful incentives, hope can be repurposed, redirected into positive activities for nature, for biodiversity. And we hope that framework is also looking at filling the financial gap of about $711 billion per year, according to the latest statistics by State of Finance for Nature report. So how do we bridge this gap? Today, we know public finance is strongly represented, and rightly so, as it plays critical role in financing of biodiversity. Public development banks support billions of people in the world with poverty elevation, resilient in food systems, health, infrastructure, social and economic development, climate change adaptation, and many more. All these are linked and connected to biodiversity. And I do commend their actions and leadership on biodiversity, as recently also illustrated by the International Development Finance Club and the multilateral development banks working together as a working group for biodiversity. Private finance, equally highly visible during this conference of the parties. This is incredibly encouraging sign. And we see that growing awareness that nature or biodiversity loss do create risks to businesses, to financial sector. Because we are told half of the global GDP will be at risk as the result of the loss of nature or biodiversity. And on the contrary, actions that are positive for biodiversity will reduce the risks and sustain value for biodiversity for the economy. So this builds a strong narrative for assessing and disclosing risks and impacts as proposed by the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. And then we know organizations can act to reduce risks and impacts and increase positive outcomes as a result. A lot remains to be done. Banks, asset managers, insurance, even public development banks still have a lot to do to align your financing and scale up investments that protect and restore biodiversity. We also know a lot is being done currently and progressing, and a lot is happening, which we really appreciate. But we also know there are many more still yet to catch up, and we need to empower them to also ensure that they are able to catch up and report and disclose those activities. Various sector initiatives are already supporting the finance sector energetically on this. And these include Finance for Biodiversity Initiative, for instance, Principles for Sustainable Banking and Investments and Insurance. So a lot is already happening. Climate action is highly connected with actions for biodiversity. And to you all, your presence here today and during this conference really sends a strong signal to all the parties currently negotiating these important issues. And that sends that signal to also the entire financial sector, in addition to the negotiators. And it says that finance sector is building commitment on biodiversity. And therefore, it calls on the 15th Conference of the Parties to trigger a policy shift to enable the ecological transition of the financial sector and the wider economy. Once again, sincere thanks for your presence for our Biodiversity and Finance Day today. And I wish you all an inspiring Finance and Biodiversity Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I would now like to call Mr. Mark Carney, co-chair of GFANS. Mark, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Camille. Merci tout le monde. Thank you, Elizabeth and Inger, for your leadership. And Elizabeth, I don't know how you do everything that you have to do, but we're very grateful. Pas loin d'ici, on se trouve le...
Not far from him, from here, we have the crater of Manicouagan. Its formation has contributed to the fourth mass extinction 200 million years ago. This catastrophe was an act of God, but the sixth mass extinction is the act created by humanity. What we create, we can also design.
The rate of extinction is running at the fastest in over 100 million years. Over the course of my lifetime, which admittedly is getting longer, the population of wild animals has fallen 70% on average. And the rate of deforestation on this day of a semi-final of the World Cup, and bon chance, Emmanuel, for France, and for our Moroccan friends, recognizing that Montreal is a very large Moroccan community. On this day of the World Cup, there are 10 football fields per minute of primary tropical rainforest destroyed, such that over the course of the last year, the destruction was the size of the Netherlands. So we are testing our planetary boundaries. We are surpassing our planetary boundaries by a large margin. And that's why the world has come to Montreal, so the governments can summon the will to reverse these tragedies. And I'll focus on how finance can contribute. But to put some context around that, I think it's important that we understand both the value of nature and the nature of value. As others have said, we depend on nature for most economic activities, but most of these ecosystem services, whether it's pollinators for agriculture or drug discoveries, nature for drug discoveries, most of these are taken for granted. Moreover, the intrinsic and bequest values of nature cannot by their very nature be priced. And this creates a fundamental problem because too often market values are taken to represent total value. And if a good or activity is not in the market, it isn't valued. After all, markets rate Amazon as one of the most valuable companies in the world, but the Amazon region appears on no ledger until it's stripped of its foliage and converted into farmland. The implicit view that all market outcomes equal value drives the destruction of nature and biodiversity in three ways: the tragedy of the commons, the tragedy of the horizons, and finally, in a drift from moral to market sentiments, nature is treated like any other commodity. But the nature of nature means that any price can never reflect its true value. We need to count the value of nature on its own terms, the number of species, hectares of forest, hectoliters of clean water, and stakeholders focusing on such ends and improving mean species abundance. Within this context, the world's efforts to address climate change, albeit belated and still insufficient, point to some of the solutions for nature and biodiversity. In Paris 7 years ago, governments finally summoned the will to begin to seriously address climate change. They also agreed to align financial flows with pathways that limit warming to well less than 2 degrees, with the stretch of 1.5 degrees. By COP26 last year in Glasgow, countries had taken steps towards making these commitments a reality, such that the gap between the 1.5 degree objective and the policies had closed by an estimated 1 full degree. So 1.5 degrees is still alive, if barely. In response to these moves by governments, the financial sector is putting in place what's required to enable a net zero transition, including, and most fundamentally, the development of climate risk disclosure framework, initially through the TCFD, but most importantly, through a comprehensive application through the International Sustainability Standards Board under Emmanuel's leadership. Secondly, the commitment of many financial institutions through GFANs, over 550 major financial institutions in over 50 countries, $140 trillion of collective balance sheet. Their commitment to a net zero transition is consistent with the Paris Agreement, this alignment of finance with the objectives of governments, and the action is being seen through a setting and pursuit of near-term targets running at twice the rate of what they originally committed to. And finally, integrating climate change into the strategies of both those financial institutions and companies that they serve. And in this process, it's becoming increasingly clear that there's no path to net zero that doesn't address deforestation, and there's no path to net zero that does not support nature-positive solutions. So I'd argue we can leverage these enormous flows of finance that are being dedicated towards net zero as part of the way to address the crises in biodiversity and nature, and not least, as Elizabeth and Inger stressed, because nature and climate change are interdependent. On the one hand, unless we achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement, climate change will become the dominant cause of biodiversity loss. On the other, natural carbon sinks can help balance, or at present, natural carbon sinks help balance growing carbon emissions created by human activity. But these sinks, as I referenced at the start, are disappearing rapidly, such that deforestation alone currently contributes 11% of annual greenhouse gas emissions. To have a chance of limiting global temperature increases to just 1.5 degrees, deforestation must end this decade. Conversely, by becoming nature positive, by restoring forest, peatlands, mangroves, and wetlands, that could collectively contribute to up to 1/3 of the reduction in global emissions that are needed by 2030. Although these imperatives are increasingly well recognized, and I would suspect by everyone in this room they are, the world is still not acting with the urgency that the twin crises of nature and climate demand. So let me finish by suggesting 5 priorities. First, and above all, governments must make concrete their professed commitments to protect nature. Adopting an ambitious global biodiversity framework can spur the necessary near-term policies, including creating clear guardrails for the financial sector, as Inger stressed in her remarks. Second, the parties to the Convention on Biodiversity should also establish a mandate within Target 15 to align financial flows, all financial flows, with nature goals. With this in place, finance can be held to account for aligning with the goals of halting and reversing nature loss and scaling nature-based solutions. And building on this mandate, the ISSB could progress a common sustainability disclosure framework that integrates the relevant work of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures with its climate-related disclosures standards. Regardless of what the ISSB does, authorities should commit to adopt on a mandatory basis, the standards of the ISSB as they are completed. And I just point out that it took 7 years to map from the launch of the TCFD for climate risks into the standards that the ISSB is developing, and they're moving at light speed. Our planet no longer has that luxury for nature. Third, supervisors should develop expectations for how financial institutions should manage the risks from the degradation of nature and biodiversity. And in these respects, we very much welcome the work and initiative of the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is the group of central banks and supervisors for banks and insurers that now numbers over 100 of those supervisors, covering well north of 90% of global emissions. Fourth, as net zero commitments move from targets into action, private finance must ensure that their net zero transition plans include clear priorities on deforestation and protecting nature and restoring biodiversity. These measures can unlock flows of capital that dwarf the capacity of governments. And my final point is that authorities should support the efforts of scaling high-integrity carbon markets. And let me expand briefly on this last one. We have been dithering instead of supporting natural climate solutions, with the perfect becoming the enemy of the good. Well, carbon credits can provide literally vital funding for nature-based solutions and climate transitions in emerging and developing economies. At present, there are few incentives for companies to invest in them until well after their work on decarbonization is largely complete. As a consequence, hundreds of billions of dollars of funding from companies in the advanced world to projects and communities in the emerging and developing world lie fallow. So I suggest we rapidly progress efforts to bring high integrity and high volume to voluntary carbon credit markets so they can fulfill their potential of reducing emissions, supporting biodiversity, mitigation, and adaptation. And that means supporting the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon markets work to ensure high integrity in the supply of these credits. The core carbon principles of the ICVCM should be finalized and reinforced by robust market infrastructure. And similarly, we should support high integrity demand, such as the high ambition path that is favored by GFANZ, in which companies must focus on absolute emission reduction and then compensate for all the emissions that still exist, so fully compensate, or alternatively, support the provisional code of practice of the voluntary of the VCMI, which focuses on demand integrity. Any such framework, such as that provisional code, if it were adopted, must distinguish between scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions, as the VCM does. I just underscore the huge co-benefits for the planet, for indigenous peoples and local economies that could be unlocked. Finally, it's time for Montreal to inspire as it did 25 years ago. Governments should now agree a clear set of commitments to halt and reverse nature loss on an accelerated timeline. They should set an objective to align all financial flows with the goals of the new global biodiversity framework, and they should quickly follow through with national policies that translate these global commitments, because that will drive real change on the ground. The Earth was defenseless in the face of the meteorite that hit Manicouagan, but nations gathered here can help avert and thwart a mass extinction that we're all driving by appreciating the value of nature and helping all forms of finance leverage the nature of value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark, for those inspiring words. I would not like to hand the floor to another inspirational leader, Mr. Emmanuel Faber, speaking as chair of ISSB.
Merci. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm in Montreal with all my colleagues from the International Sustainability Standards Board because Montreal is one of the 2 global hubs for the International Sustainability Standards Board, and we meet here in Montreal every other month for 1 week of debates and meetings to work swiftly. And our offices are 500 meters from here. And I think it's very important that we work here at the same time as the COP15. So thank you very much for having me today.
Mark started about the value of nature and the nature of value. Let me start with the value of nature. There is no way that we enough realize how much that means, and that means for finance. If you're in this room this morning, is because one way or the other, whether you are a banker, an investor, a company, I see a few faces of Canadian executives here familiar to me, or NGO, civil society, government, finance means and matters to you. The simple fact that most of us wear masks today in this room is just a reminder of how nature is just able to disrupt the way we live and the way we work. And that's been the case for a few years, and it may continue in the future. If you want to really be more personal about understanding that, I'll suggest a very quick, using 10 seconds of this session for an experiment. Just stop breathing. 1, stop breathing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can start breathing again. Yeah, but that's 10 seconds. Imagine that's 1 minute. How would you imagine, you're here for your work, how would you imagine that your work is not going to be impaired, impacted, if you can't breathe? Fresh air, the air we breathe here, is taken for granted. That very, very basic point. So to Mark's point, to me, it's not only that most of economy is impacted by nature. By nature, everything is impacted, and that includes economy, and that includes what we call finance, which is supposed to be a system disconnected somewhere. There is no system. You are the system. There is no traffic jam. You are in the traffic jam. No, you are the traffic jam. I'm the traffic jam in the morning. So that's where we are. Don't look at it as something difficult to change. It's just changing us, and that's probably why it is so difficult. But the value of nature is fundamental. Without nature, there's no life. It's as simple as that. So forget finance, forget funds, forget returns to shareholders, forget everything. The tragedy, as Mark said, is that we do not value nature. And the nature of value then. Because today, as much as there is a tragedy of value, there is a tragedy of accounting. We count many, many, many things important, but we do not count everything. We certainly do not count the air. We don't count water, we don't count oil. We count the price for extracting the oil, but not the fact that it took 100 million years to make it. We do not count for the soil degradation. Soil is not an asset class. You cannot have a damage function on an asset class that is 0. So that just doesn't work. And that's what is needed for change. So one of the reasons why the ISSB was created with the support of G7, G20 multilaterals about a year ago in Glasgow is because we need to come from this, most of the time, well-intended ESG metrics and landscape that was established to find a way to look at the nature of value of things that we do not actually count. But that's a very discrete set of standards, quite sometimes no connectivity between them all, not even standards actually, but metrics and disclosures, a lack of connectivity and certainly lack of consistency, sometimes even antagonistic. The reason why ISSB was created was to end that, and the alphabet soup, and go from ESG to sustainability. And I want to share something this morning, which is news, because that's a unanimous decision that we made yesterday at the ISSB, which is we took our mission to design a conceptual framework for sustainability for finance and business very seriously. We felt that it was absolutely needed to create that consistent language. And so we described sustainability, observing to start with from the integrated reporting framework and borrowing from that framework, that the value created by a company is inextricably linked to the stakeholders that it works with and serves, to the society in which it operates, and to the natural resources on which it depends. Inextricably linked. This is the nature of value. The second thing is that we've then described sustainability as being the ability for a company to maintain and develop over time the relationship, to manage the dependencies and the impacts in its entire business ecosystem, whole value chains. And the third is that we describe sustainability as a condition for a business to continue to access over time the resources, human resources, natural resources, financial resources, that it needs to reach its objectives by the preservation, the development, the regeneration of those resources. That is what unanimously we decided. So we are basically embedding in the core of our foundational S1, the general requirement standards that define the principles against which any company will have to report to the financial providers of capital for the company, the banks, the investors, and others, the way we mean that conversation to happen. It's no more about ESG metrics that you can pick and choose. It's about that deep connection of what the nature of value is. And only by considering that preservation, development, and regeneration of all these resources in the ecosystems will companies be able to ultimately create value for their financial capital providers. So from an idea that is going to be in the standards of the international global baseline of sustainability-related financial disclosure that we are looking at finalizing in the next several months. That's why I think it's important for all of you. Thank you. I wanted to say that because that's the foundation from which we can then elaborate, and back to what Mark said. We started with climate because we were told that climate was urgent. And when I say we were told, probably by a number of you, an organization like the ones that you're working with, that yes, there is an urgency to create this common language on the basis of which finance will be able to make informed choices, to resync its thinking about value creation with the needs for companies to adjust their business model to create resilience. It's not so much about saving the planet for companies. It's to start with just saving their business because it entirely relies on nature. And certainly climate is a huge element of both risks and maybe opportunities. For one reason, climate change will redefine competitive advantages in the next 10 years. For all companies, all investors, actually all countries. All countries access to water, access to energy, access to soil and food. All of this will be tested in the future. That is an opportunity, if you do it proactively, to engage in the reshaping of competitive advantages. And this is why it matters so much for businesses and for finance. So we started with climate, but we said not climate first. Actually, that's the consultation that led to the creation of ISSB. And this is where is the second news. We are actually moving to the next immediate stage, because in Montreal, actually in October, we decided that there was probably, from the feedback we received, a strong connection between climate, natural ecosystems, and just transitions. Companies will not be able to implement their climate resilience plan without addressing some important topics in natural ecosystems and some important topics in human capital, starting with a just transition, which is like, what do you do with reskilling your workforce? What do you do in the supply chains? And that's both, again, a matter of accessing to the resources that you need, but also thinking about the transition risks, because no governments will actually allow the scale at which things need to happen without actually creating incentives for companies to do it right. And it's about nature, because nature is, of course, as was shared, one of the first victims of climate change. But it is also, as Mark said, a provider of solutions. Nature-based solutions are here. We do not put value on them, but we will tomorrow through the disclosures that we are going to work on. So we have decided that we would immediately advance work to build from the climate standards, which should also be ready in the next few months, to extend that one immediately to the connection with natural ecosystems, deforestation, water, biodiversity, and the connection with the just transition. On the first one, I would echo what Mark said about the task force for nature-related financial disclosures. We will consider the work of the task force as much as well other initiatives which are focused on the materiality for economic and financial decisions. In particular, we will be very interested in the recent work of TNFD on that exact connection that exists between climate-related topics and nature-related topics, that integration of the agenda, because that is where we want to scope that extension, immediate extension of our climate standards. The last thing I'd say is we need help and support, and we are going to appoint, we announced today, actually, we will appoint 2 special advisors to help us in that work. One is Karen Kemper. Karen is from the World Bank. She's just retired as the Global Environmental, Natural, and Blue Economy Director for the World Bank. She's contributed and has been a force behind the changing the changing wealth of nations report of last year, and many others, by the way, in particular in water topics. That's exactly about putting value on nature, ecosystemic contribution to economics at a macro level. But of course, we will be inspired by that at the microeconomic level for companies and businesses. And the other person will be Gordy Hungerford. Gordy is the CEO of the First Nations, thank you, of the First Nations Financial Management Board here in Canada. He's a Gwinnett as a nation from the Northern Territories and Yukon. And of course, with our base here in Montreal, I think Gordy and actually the First Nations can really inspire us, in particular at the nexus of just transition and biodiversity. I don't think I need, but I will still just state here that, as many, probably all of you know, the close to 500 million persons in the world that primarily would define themselves as belonging to First Nations are guardians to 80% of wild biodiversity in the world. And that is a very powerful nexus, and we want to be inspired and guided in our work with that. Thank you. So, in the interest of your Productive Finance Day, I'll just stop here, but this is to say that everything that I have said here is happening a few hundred meters from here. I think what we are invited to do here is basically rewriting economics in order to make sure that we have the proper economics to guide us through the transition, reconnecting us with life, because we have probably disconnected ourselves, and certainly we in finance have deeply disconnected. So that is both, I think, and I personally, I leave that as a very inspiring and energizing work, and I hope you'll find that fulfilling for yourselves. So enjoy the Finance Day today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for this inspirational speech and these announcements. Thank you very much, Mark, for your again your very inspirational speech. Thank you to Elizabeth and Inger, who had to leave us due to other commitments. I am aware that we started a bit late, so we're running a bit behind on our scheduled agenda. But I think this was well worth listening to the words that we heard from our 4 speakers. I would not like to invite our first plenary panel with Marguerite Culot from WWF International as moderator. Marguerite, I will let you come on stage and introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille. Give a second for settling. Thank you all for joining. I want to echo the comments of how great it is to see a full room on this topic here at the Convention on Biological Diversity. Full room of suits, as my colleagues at the WWF say. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here with you all to moderate this session. And I want to cut the context really short because we've just had an excellent description of what's happening both here in the hall and why we are all here having this conversation on finance. The panel that we're going to move to now, depending on nature, protecting biodiversity to address systemic risks for the financial system. We've got an excellent cross-section of voices from across the financial system, a central banker, an institutional investor, a pension impact investor, and a multilateral development bank. And it's a great privilege to be able to moderate this session. I want to introduce quickly my fellow panelist. Saskia de Vries is the head of the International Financial Architecture at the Netherlands National Bank, the Central Bank of the Netherlands, and also co-chair of the Network for Greening the Financial System, which was mentioned earlier. We are being joined online by Bertrand Milot, the head of sustainable investment at Caisse des Dépôts et Placements de Québec, or CDPQ, and Geneviève Morin, CEO of Fondaction, and Ricardo Mourinho, Felix, Ricardo, it's nice to see you, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. So I want to thank you all for joining us and start with one opening question. And maybe if you want to, as you respond to this question, reflect on what we've just heard, some really great discussions from really important voices. It's wonderful to hear these expressions of the importance of nature coming not just from the scientists, not just from the environmental organizations or even the environmental ministry, but financial voices. I want to invite you all to reflect on how much is already happening in the financial sector? And with that question, I want to open to you, Saskia, because I think one of the most amazing things since it's happy fifth birthday, by the way. 5 years ago, the Network for Greening the Financial System network of central banks and financial regulators was launched at the One Planet Summit, December of 2017. So happy birthday. Love to hear what's happened in the last 5 years.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's true. This week we celebrated our 5th birthday, and where we started with about 7 regulators across the globe, we started this network. Now we have indeed far over 100 members spreading all continents. And when the NGFS was started 5 years ago, the focus was mainly on climate. And that has been the case for a few years, but that has changed now. And that's what I would like to talk to you about. So 2.5 years ago, the Dutch Central Bank was the first to publish a study looking into the impact on the financial sector of biodiversity loss. And the numbers that came out were quite staggering. So we found in the Dutch context that 36% of the financial institutions in the Netherlands, their total assets, were highly dependent on one or more ecosystem services, and in that sense, very vulnerable to collapse. Now, we were the first. Central banks started moving then. So after us, also Banque de France did a similar study. Something was done in Mexico, for example, Malaysia, the World Bank acted. So more and more parties have taken up this work looking into nature-related risks. And that has resulted in the realization that given the impact of nature-related risks on the economy and the financial sector, there is a serious risk to financial stability. This March, this spring, the NGFS as a community, together with a research network called Inspire, surveyed all the scientific evidence, came to this conclusion and concluded, all right, so it is firmly within the mandate of central banks to start tackling nature and integrating that in everything we do as supervisors, guardians of financial stability, and perhaps even as regards, for example, monetary policy. So what we did this spring is establish a task force on nature. I'm co-chairing that together with Banque de France. We started this spring. We have a mandate for at least 2 years. And what we'll be doing is seeing what some of the gaps still are, what are the things that are holding central banks and supervisors globally back from integrating nature in their day-to-day activities and removing those obstacles. So, for example, we'll be looking at a conceptual framework which will explain the dependencies on ecosystem services, natural capital, all those interrelations between climate and nature, to develop a common language for us central banks and supervisors to actually translate those developments into financial risks for institutions, actual credit risk, market risk, how to think about that. So that's one thing we'll do. What we'll also be doing the coming years, lay the groundwork for hopefully developing scenarios. A lot of the challenges in thinking about these risks are very similar to what we have encountered for climate. So there are uncertainties, there are tipping points, there are long time horizons, there is sometimes a lack of data. And to deal with that, scenario analysis or stress testing can be a very powerful tool. Now, as the NGFS, we already offer a suite of climate-related scenarios on our website. Ideally, in the end situation, that would become a suite of integrated nature climate scenarios available for all to use, for us supervisors, but also the institutions we supervise. So that's a bit about what we'll be doing, and I'm sure I'll be able to say a bit more to that.
One quick follow-up question before we go. Yes. Completely agree. One quick follow-up question. How easy or difficult have you found it to make that translation from climate to nature? We heard a lot from all 4 speakers earlier about that close interaction. How have you found that interaction between climate and nature? Because that switch has happened actually quite quickly in retrospect.
I suppose
the glass is both half full and half empty. I mean, when we started working as climate, we were foreign to this as central banks. This was very new to us. Collaboration has proven tremendously important. So we collaborate also with scientists, people from environmental agencies, for example, to do the work from our perspective. And luckily, a lot of the learnings that were there because of our work on climate can indeed be transposed working on nature. So I would hope that we will be able to move even quicker this time to integrate nature properly. But still, of course, there are challenges too, because where we've settled, for example, on CO2 emissions as a very pragmatic metric on the climate side, there are multiple metrics you would have to look at when you look at the dimensions of biodiversity loss, for example. There's the local versus global. It is more intricate still and perhaps more complex, but I do believe we can learn a lot from the work that we've done already and make meaningful progress in a relatively short amount of time. And as mentioned, there are already 10 plus examples of very, very valuable work that is being done across the globe. And things are accelerating. So more and more people are working on this. So that's very promising. Progress is being made.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Are we able to get Bertrand on the screen, and can he hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi, Margaret. Hello, everybody.
Bertrand, maybe while we wait to pull him up so we can see him for the next question. Geneviève, if I could turn to you. Bertrand, nice to see you. Welcome. So if you could, why don't you explain how you have been looking at this, maybe this connection between climate and nature, because you've been leading this work at CDPQ for quite some time on climate. How do you come to nature and thinking about what it means for your own work?
Thank you, Margaret, and good morning, everybody. Unfortunately, I caught COVID, so I can't be with you. At CDPQ, so CDPQ...
We aren't able to hear you, Bertrand. One second. Can we get the...
Can you hear me?
No.
No?
No? Okay, well, while we work on your sound there, Bertrand, let me turn to Geneviève, sorry.
We're, as you mentioned, we're a Quebec fund. We're a $3.1 billion pension fund, which people choose to invest in because at the same time they want to prepare their retirement and they want to see major changes. We're a fund which is convinced that there's an economic shift that needs to happen and that will happen. Because of the three crises. And I was happy to hear Emmanuel talk about the third one too. There's climate, there's biodiversity, and there's the inequalities. And we need to work on all of these three crises together because they're closely interlinked. So as a small impact fund, the part we're playing is we're trying to develop new solutions, which will in time be able to be scaled and will be able to attract more money for the part which is called the financing green. So we're directing the flows of finance to the projects which deserve getting more money. So, for example, we started something called the URAPI Fund. URAPI Fund does agroforestry projects, regenerative agroforestry projects in South America, based with the expertise of people from Quebec. But the way they're doing these projects helps at the same time the people having better revenues, nature being regenerated, and carbon being sequestered. We have a circular economy fund, which we started with partnerships that provide also subsidies on one side and accompaniment on the other. And we have started a fund which finances carbon. So we thought that the carbon market was not moving fast enough. And when people who have projects that generate carbon come up to usual bankers. Usual bankers say, I don't quite understand that market, and I'm not sure what kind of degree of certainty I can put on that anticipated revenue. So the Inlensis Fund understands the market, knows it very well, and can buy the carbon, the flow that's going to be generated by the project in advance. And that way the project can happen. That Inlensis Fund has been able to go to something which is a very rare thing in nature now, because one of the hardest things to do in nature is to finance the protection of nature. We can finance the regeneration, but the protection is very tough. And the Inlensis Fund has succeeded in taking land that was owned by a paper company and getting it bought, contributing to buying it with conservationists to make it into a reserve, a natural reserve, the largest natural reserve in Vermont. So we actually found ways to finance keeping the trees up and not cutting them. And that's a start in the way to develop things. So what we're doing is we're putting these new innovations on the market. We're showing that it works, that it can happen, and then we're scaling them. And I'm very happy to say that today is the announcement that Inlensis Fund 2 has now been launched with more money coming from outside investors. And so the scaling is happening as we're speaking.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I think we've heard a lot of conversations. We've heard a lot of conversations across the week about this fundamental set of perverse incentives where the only economic value currently that is recognized from natural resources is either in their extraction or in their restoration after they've been extracted, and finding ways to get money to intact resources is really clear. It's great to hear there are specific examples. Ricardo, if I could turn to you, we've heard a lot. Actually, these are examples of alignment. How do you align finance, right? Both how do you green the financial system and how do you finance the green? And I would love to hear from you at the EIB, because you're also doing a little bit of both. If you could share with us what you're working on and what seems to be working the best.
Thank you very much for the question. So on the European Investment Bank, in fact, we started a while ago on climate, and we are already for some years now bringing in biodiversity into our framework. We defined a number of policies, and back in 2019, in the Climate Bank roadmap, we have not only climate change, we are not only addressing climate change, but we are also addressing the biodiversity. And we address this through policies, in particular our environmental and social sustainability policy. This means that when we assess the project, we are already mainstreaming biodiversity and the social standards, but we need to do more. And we have committed in the COP26 through a joint statement by the MDBs, and we are now in delivering mode. In evaluating, and yesterday have discussions about nature evaluation methodologies and how to track and report possible the nature positive investments, and all this is key to bring in biodiversity into the picture. When you want to make money flow into something that you think is in the best interest of the society, if you ask this to an economist, and I'm an economist by formation, well, the reply is very simple. You need good institutions, good policies, and good incentives. But that's the theory of the thing. When it comes to put this in practice, it's much more difficult, and that's where all of us are trying to find his response, his part in the response. And I would say that a key thing is to have robust and credible standards that are transparent, that are implementable, and that can be traceable. And that's a very important thing. The second one is to price the public good. So biodiversity is a public good. It's a good that every one of us consume without paying for it. And that's the economic issue. So if you want to make a efficient use of this public goods, you need to have good information. You need to have good rules, and you need to price it. And once you price it, then you can bring. The next issue is after you pricing it, how we ensure that the private sector has the proper incentives aligned with the public sector and with the public interest to pay for it. And that's where insurance companies, banks, but also financial sector supervisors like the central banks play a key role. And that's where the work that's being done by Bank of France and the Dutch National Bank are key in terms of stress testing nature. This is very important to pricing the risk of nature. And if you price in the risk of nature, then this comes into the banks and into the insurance companies where they need to charge for it. They charge the appropriate insurance premium, the appropriate risk premium, if the counterparts of the projects are not taking into account appropriately the risk. And this creates the incentives for money flowing into this. The bank is already doing this. We are already bringing in our assessment, the issues related with the do not significantly harm through the taxonomy. We are involved also in discussions in the green bond standard. We issued in 2018 the Sustainability Awareness Bond. And in 2021, we extended the eligibilities of the Sustainability Awareness Bond to include biodiversity in terms of conservation and in terms of restoration of biodiversity. And this creates the incentives for the investors to put their money to invest and to have, in fact, certainty. And that's key, as you referred. When the investor puts their money, wants to have certainty. Not that investors don't want to take risk, but they want to know how much risk they are taking, and they want to be sure that they are investing in something that if it's green, yellow, or blue, it's really green, yellow, or blue, and not gray, black, or brown. And that's a very important thing. That's a very important feature of a market, the credibility of the market. And to conclude on this first question, how to ensure this, as Mark Carney has said, disclosures are key. You need to disclose information. You need to be transparent. You need to reveal where is the money flowing to and what are the targets. When it comes to biodiversity, there's a huge amount of work. Of course, that we need to be much faster than in climate, but I don't see reason to be slower or not to be faster, because now we know where to move. And as Saskia was referring, effectively in climate change, you have CO2, which is very appealing. But I'm sure that if you put our heads together, we'll find a number of criteria that will be measurable, transparent, and that in 1 year we can be targeting 3 or 4 indicators that can allow us to move faster. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's great. And I want to come back to Saskia in a minute on this disclosure point, and then back to you, Genevieve, about what that looks like when you're working with smaller companies in particular, and maybe some challenges or how you push that forward. Do we have Bertrand on the line?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Right.
Pleasure to have you here. So it would be great to hear what you're doing at CDPQ, and in particular the move from climate to nature. And then if you have comments to offer on what's been said, both in terms of what the regulators are doing so far, what else is happening in Quebec, or working together with the multilateral development banks.
Well, thank you, Margaret. Hi, everybody. Unfortunately, I got COVID, so I can't be with you, but I'll try to do my best. So CDPQ is a $400 billion Canadian pension plan based in Montreal, working on behalf of 46 depositors. We approach investing from a sustainable and long-term perspective, and every decision takes climate change and ESG criteria into account. Biodiversity is one of the factors that we study within our ESG analysis according to sector of activity and materiality. And our commitment to biodiversity stems from our sustainable development approach, and it's a priority for our organization. We have been a leader in climate and are well aware of the linkages that were referred to earlier between climate and biodiversity. We believe that Quebec's financial sector can play an important role in conserving biodiversity, not only by limiting the destruction of our ecosystems, but also by contributing to their recovery. How we invest our money and savings can be part of the solution to the biodiversity collapse. The future is in collaborating and finding solutions. During COP15, we've made several commitments based on these priority areas of action: the acquisition of knowledge, the development of partnerships, and the engagement with our portfolio companies on these issues. In the day-to-day of an investor, we must make decisions
We've
based
lost
on...
your sound, Bertrand.
Hello?
Yes, you're back. Thank you.
Okay. In a day-to-day of an investor, we must make decisions based on solid analysis and frameworks, and it has to be concrete and rigorous. Knowledge and partnerships are key in this context, and I would therefore echo what was said earlier on the panel. We need to work together. So in that spirit, we have recently joined the TNFD Forum, which was referred to earlier also, which will deliver a framework for organizations to report and act on nature. Having such a framework is important to obtain information from our portfolio companies, as well as to assess our portfolio's impact on biodiversity. We've also partnered with an organization called FAIR, which is recognized with cutting-edge expertise to improve understanding of an issue that is important to portfolio companies. And it brings together 80 investors representing $23 trillion under management. Why is this important? Investors can invest in pro-nature solutions, but also directly, but also have quite a number of portfolio companies that are involved in value chains which impact nature. Agriculture is the main threat to about 86% of endangered species, and while about 3/4 of the deforestation in the Amazon over the quarter century that ended in 2020, the 50 years that ended in 2020 was caused by livestock ranching. And therefore, the food value chain is responsible for about 50% of biodiversity degradation. Investors are all invested in food. It is a sector that is counter-cyclical and quite prudent to have in our portfolio. And through fairs, we see a way to collaborate with others and understand biodiversity risk management, influence companies, vote at their general meetings when responses of companies do not match our expectations. So that's an example of the type of action we're increasingly doing. I should also mention that we've recently launched a new initiative in Quebec with Fondation, actually, which is where the partners are SNAP Quebec, CSPQ, and University of Sherbrooke. And the idea is that we're combining our expertise to launch a research into the development of biodiversity indicators for Quebec's financial sector. These Quebec-specific indicators will allow us to take better actions while thinking locally and taking into account local biodiversity issues and integrating them into decision-making. And this is the first time in Canada that stakeholders from the conservation, biodiversity research and financial sectors have mobilized for the conservation of Quebec's biodiversity. So to conclude, I'd say very, very important that we work together. Mark Carney earlier referred to the role of governments. Governments are key. The question of biodiversity is very complex. We need to work with portfolio companies. We need to work with peers. We need to work with knowledge centers in order to have an impact on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for mentioning the food sector in particular. I understand today is also Food Day in addition to Finance Day. Really appreciate the very specific examples of work that you're doing to incorporate those impacts, and also the color you give to the how you engage with your investee companies, because at the end of the day, the real power in the finance sector is in moving the real economy. We need the real economy to change, and that's where the lever is. A quick question to you, Saskia, on disclosure, and a follow-up to you, Geneviève, and then I want to give a closing so that we can condense some time, get to the next panel. Disclosure. So how is the NGFS thinking about both the mandatory take-up of the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-related financial disclosures? We've seen more and more jurisdictions taking that up now, and the Task Force on Nature-related financial disclosures recommendations, which are both under development and actively being piloted. How is the NGFS, the financial regulators, thinking about how to mandate that disclosure?
Yeah, so as regards disclosures and data, I very much support the message that we need to move in that area. So in that sense, we as the NGFS members have always been very vocal that we need better data, true disclosure standards, to have comparable data that's usable across the globe. We very much supported that in the context of climate, and of course we do the same in the context of nature and are in such very supportive also of the TNFD. I would like to remark, in terms of data, it also shouldn't stop us, right? So we should very much move forward in developing these standards. I thought the announcement just now by the board was very, very promising. However, I think we should also be wary that we hold our action and wait for it. We shouldn't, because there is, in fact, already a lot of data out there, only it sits with different parties, so with the environmental agencies, etc. And we have to collaborate to gain access to that. The point is, it's still very laborsome. So we have these examples of studies across regulators, for example, and it's still a lot of work. So the data needs to become more readily accessible, more usable, and that's where standards come in and can help make that happen. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I'm sure that that message is well appreciated. And Geneviève, as you're engaging with your investee companies, because you're in a slightly different space in the market, how are you talking about getting this data in order that you can make those decisions so that you know that you're actually making a positive impact investment, because you presumably can't do that without having the data from the companies that you wish to invest in?
So we're members of the Global Impact Investment Network, and with them we're working on impact measurements. We're also members of the Finance for Biodiversity Pledge, and we're members of the Assessment Committee and the Public Policy Committee. So we're very much involved in developing data and measurements. As Bertrand said, we've launched in Quebec an initiative to try to take the local view, because nature is definitely the think globally, act locally type of thing. So we need to work on the local priorities, and I guess that's the main message is you need to focus on a few things, and even in the companies will need them to focus on how they are impacting. It's always the same. How are they impacting on nature? Where are their major impacts? And how are they dependent on nature? Where are their major risks? And we help them because you say we need to change the way the businesses are. We need also to help them demonstrate what they are already doing. And the advantage of being an impact fund is you learn to follow impact measurements and standards that you've set at the very beginning of the investments. And so we're working with them on making sure that they can help, they can demonstrate and tell the world what they're doing and get some recognition for it and get the right revenues also.
It's a great reminder that there are tools available. You mentioned the Global Impact Investing Network metrics on measuring impact. The Encore tool, which many of you may know, was used, in fact, by the Dutch Central Bank, the French Central Bank, the Brazilians, the Malaysians, and in Mexico in order to do that assessment. So while we definitely need we need mandatory disclosure to make sure that we have more and better quality data, we also can't have that be an excuse for action because there clearly are tools to start. It's a great reminder. I want to turn to you first, Ricardo, for a closing round of questions, and then Ricardo, after you, I'll come to Bertrand to give a heads up to the back of the room on the switch. What's the one thing that you think, from the perspective of the work that you do, that you really need to see happen during the course of these negotiations this week? What would be your best outcome of the week?
Well, I think that the key thing that needs to happen this week is that we come out of here with a clear framework, a framework that can bring the rules, and that we can, based on these rules, define the appropriate incentives. And there are three messages that I'd like to leave here to conclude. First, we need to balance standards with mainstreaming. If we define very complex, very deep standards, you'll never be able to implement the standards in a transparent manner. We need to define something that is observable and traceable and that can be implemented in a very clear manner. And every time I hear about holistic approaches and big machines, I get a bit scared, because holistic approaches and big machines is usually a very good excuse for, we are working on that, it's very complex. It's like Saskia was saying, don't having the data, it's not excuse. There's a lot of data. The problem is not having information. Nowadays, you have more information that you have ahead. The point is to focus on definitions, indicators, and targets that we can monitor and that allow to put in place a level playing field such that there is not environmental dumping in terms of the investments. That's the first thing. The second thing is about the changes that need to be done. They need to be done faster, and there's no time to lose. The time is now. It's not wait for another year, wait for the data, wait for another round of negotiation. We need to be, based on this, move forward. And finally, in fact, we need good data, because at least economists only know to manage what you can measure, but there's a lot you can measure. We are measuring it in our green bond, in our climate awareness bond, in our social awareness bonds. We have commitments with the market. In the contracts, we have the eligibilities precisely defined. We have our standard. The point is that in order to move forward, we have a common standard, and that is the work that is to be done. And that's why the conclusions on this global framework are so important, so that we can define the problem, we can measure it, and then we can define a roadmap and price the externalities such that we can breathe all the seconds instead of stopping for 10 seconds or 1 minute, and understand that fresh air, clean water is not for free. It's something we need to invest in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And just a shout out to EIB's work in the green bond market, because that is currently one of the most important tools at scale for investment in environmentally positive activities. And really, you were there at the start of the development of that market. So thanks for that as well. Bertrand, what do you need? What would you most like to see out of the discussions this week in order to make your work move faster?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. I wholeheartedly agree with what Ricardo just said, all these points. I think we also need, while government are agreeing to a framework, we need local action. Biodiversity is local, and that needs to be translated by governments locally within their own countries as to what it means. It's very, very important to stay concrete. It's urgent. And I fully agree that we shouldn't wait for the best numbers and the best data and the best this and the best that, because that's a recipe for inaction. But we need to see a strong guidance. And the reason I insist on this is because agriculture is a very tricky aspect. There is huge issues of food security, agricultural policy, questions of embedded subsidies the world over. And all this needs to be tackled for investors to be able to have an action. And influence companies and companies to have a playing field in which they can operate within the normal rules of the system, the capitalist system. So we need to work together again and define these rules at the ground, on the ground, without spending too much time waiting for perfection. It's urgent, and we need to act.
Thanks a lot, Bertrand, and good reminder on that important point of alignment, that in order for actors like you to move forward at pace, you also need to see some of those perverse disincentives shaken out of the system. It'd be nice to see some movement on that this week as well. Geneviève, if I could come to you, what would you most like to see this week?
Well, we're definitely calling for both an ambitious global framework and for mandatory disclosures. But we're not waiting for that to happen. And I'm very happy to see the amount of people from the finance world who are interested in this topic. In Montreal, there's Finance Montreal has set up an advisory committee on sustainable finance. We're collaborating and working together, and that's the way we need to go. We need to stop financing what is destroying the planet and start putting money to what's regenerating it and preserving it. And the way to do that is through innovation, and innovation comes from talking with other sectors, talking with people from conservation, with the governments, with the academics, then setting benchmarks, impact measures, and creating vehicles which can bridge the gap between the private equity and the markets and can become scalable afterwards and help the people who want to put big money into saving nature be able to do it.
Excellent clarion call, and I hope we're all listening to that over the course of the week. Thank you very much. Saskia, what would you like to see?
Well, I think it was already mentioned that we need government action, so I won't dwell on that. We need targets for the financial sector to be able to realign around those. So I'll also focus on collaboration. I mean, you mentioned it's such an amazing experience to see that we have finance present in the room here. We have the policymakers. We have everyone here in Montreal, and I find that hugely encouraging. And as mentioned, the work that needs to be done is complex, it's interdisciplinary. We need to bridge gaps between nature and climate, between finance and nature. But hopefully, us being present here and meeting and interacting will lead to those very, very practical micro collaborations to get that work started and to get the work that needs to be done urgently moving. So I'm very hopeful that a lot of creativity and new solutions will be sparked here.
Thanks so much. What a great discussion. We've got a clear call to act now. The finance sector needs that clear framework and targets. We need the mandatory disclosure, but we're all moving forward even without it. It needs to come. And maybe last on that point on collaboration, let's get some more extreme partnering happening, because none of these changes can happen without this very good, close interrelationship across sectors, across disciplines, across technical capabilities. Really, thank you all very, very much. Please join me in thanking our panel, Saskia, Geneviève, Ricardo, and Bertrand. We hope you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret, and thank you very much to all our panelists. We will immediately start our second panel of the day, which will be shown on the screen in about a second. Another one, which is about leveraging opportunities and, of course, overcoming challenges to align financial flows and mobilize resources. Please allow me to welcome Eric Usher, head of UNEP-FI, who will moderate the session.
Oh, I didn't see him. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. As we heard from the last session, we have everybody in the room. And on this panel, in terms of representation across the financial sector, we have a really great, strong, broad representation. We have two coming from the private financial community, two from the public development banks, and one from the UN. So we're going to continue on from the discussion, from the very important start to the day, the messages from Inger and Elizabeth and Mark and Emmanuel, providing really a very strong framing, essentially why we are here, and the criticality of nature and its many dimensions, and the role of finance. A very quick introduction, and then we're going to dive into the discussion, and really pleased to have Amanda Blanc. Amanda is the CEO of Aviva. Now, Aviva, for those who don't know, they're a longstanding leader on, I would say, all things responsible investment, sustainable insurance. They are always present and always contributing and always leading. So very much looking forward, Amanda, to hearing your views. We have Remy Rioux. Remy is the CEO of the French Development Agency, AFD. He's also chair of the International Development Finance Club and Finance in Common. And Remy has really played a very strong role in bringing together the public development banks, the IFI community, multilateral, bilateral, national, and therefore really looking forward to, Remy, your comments about what role for public finance on the nature agenda. We have Benigno Lopez. Benigno is Vice President for Sectors and Knowledge at the Inter-American Development Bank, major player in the Latin American region, really developed on this agenda topic, and also certainly in many other areas, including very much on climate. We have Keith Tuffley. Keith is Vice Chairman at Citi for Sustainability and Corporate Transition. And Citi, for those of you many know, is one of the most global of global banks. So for lots of strong perspectives and learning, I think, being built up, and we're looking forward, Keith, to your comments. And then finally, we have Marcos Neto, and Marcos is the Director for Sustainable Finance at the UN Development Program, UNDP, who also has been building up the agenda, and also as UNDP host the Secretariat to the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group. And so, Marcos, the bigger picture, what's the role of the UN? How do we see the multilateral movements? Granted, within a somewhat difficult period in terms of the headwinds we're seeing from many sides, economic and other. So with that, let's jump in. We're following on from the first session, which was really looking at the regulatory perspective, and we heard the leadership, including of the NGFS, the over 100 supervisors, central banks and supervisory authorities who have very quickly been picking up on the nature topic and doing some very, very important work and starting to laying an enabling system to proper value in the nature, from a risk, from a dependency, from an opportunity perspective. So now let's figure out, what does this mean for the financial sector, public and private? And for that, I would like to go as a first question, Amanda, to yourself. Amanda, you are a signatory to the Finance for Biodiversity Pledge. You're a member of the GFANZ Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and the Insurance Alliance. So what does the term aligning financial flows, which currently is referenced as goal D within the draft text here in Montreal, what does this mean to you when you consider nature and climate commitments at Aviva?
Thanks, Eric, and thank you to you and your UN colleagues for hosting us here. I do actually think it's really important that we have these forums and that we can talk openly and honestly in them. So aligning financial flows is a pretty boring phrase. I think we've heard it said a lot this morning, but it is a pretty vital step in the progress towards arresting the decline in biodiversity. But before I get into the detail of that, I think it's important to just step back for a second and consider a few things. So firstly, why are there fewer businesses represented here at COP15 than at COP27 last month? I think that's, we have to ask ourselves that question. Secondly, for those of us that are here, why have we chosen to back that trend and attend COP15? And thirdly, how can we get more businesses to pay attention to biodiversity and start acting on it? And I think the answer to those three questions collectively will answer the financial flows question. So hopefully it'll become a little bit clearer as I go through them one by one. So there's clearly far fewer businesses represented here in Montreal than in Sharm, and I think there are two key reasons for that, and the previous panel touched a little bit on this. Most businesses do not yet have a good understanding of how their business operations impact and are reliant upon nature, and they're just not seeing the interdependencies that exist here. And even when a business does recognize the link, they don't have the overarching target to align to or to aim for. So there's no, in my view, a nature equivalent to the 1.5 degree climate target. So given those issues, why is it a company like Aviva here? Well, we do see the interdependencies for our businesses, both as an investor and as an insurer. And if you think about it, as an investor, we're exposed to several sectors that depend upon a functioning ecosystem, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, tourism, amongst many others. And it's pretty obvious that our investments in those sectors and those related to them would be threatened if those ecosystems collapse. And then on the other side, as an insurer, if we don't protect nature, we're going to experience significant risks to the economy from that ecosystem collapse and climate change, which will affect the premiums and ultimately, I think, challenge our whole core insurance business model. So fundamentally, we know that biodiversity loss will put both our customers and our business at risk. And it's, for us anyway, it's that clear cut. So there's no ambiguity. And we see the threat is deeply existential. So in terms of the overall target, we need a 1.5 degree equivalent for nature. And I decided that the best way to influence that was to come to the place where it was being discussed and see if Aviva can make a contribution. And how do we get more organizations to recognize this risk and their role in perpetuating it? How do we get them to play their part in combating it? I think, firstly, that whatever agreement we get signed this week, it has to be absolutely clear about the role that private finance has in protecting biodiversity. It's vital that the text around alignment is in there, and it needs to be clear about what we're aligning to. So what's the equivalent of the 1.5 degrees for this framework? And then I think we need quality in-depth guidance from the experts, the scientists, the regulators, the policymakers as to how businesses can and should integrate those targets into their business models. So in simple terms, for me, aligning the finance flows on biodiversity means that our activities are contributing towards the goal of the CBD. That's what we've set out in our biodiversity report, which we've released this week, which we're incredibly proud of. Not an easy thing to pull together these days, but we're learning. And we think a good agreement here this week and strong and clear implementation by policymakers and regulators around the world will help business develop a common understanding. So we saw that happen from the Paris Agreement, and we think we've got the model ready and waiting. So let's get on with it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Amanda. Needs to be clear what we're aligning for. That's why you're here. And I think that's where the criticality of working amongst the scientific community, civil society, business, and governments to get clarity. And obviously that's what's being sought for in terms of a deal to come out of Montreal. I want to go to the second private sector perspective. Keith, in your role with Citi, you're leading on sustainability, and particularly how you engage with corporates in their transitions. So tell us a little bit how this plays out generally, and to what extent are you managing to mainstream the idea of the transition on nature?
Put this into context. As you mentioned, Citi is a very global bank. We're in 95 countries, very, very strong teams in across all the developed nations, but also in particular in developing nations and emerging markets, which are critical, obviously, for protecting, preserving, and restoring nature and biodiversity. We're often seen to be as a lender, but there's a lot more that global banks can do. Obviously, lending is a critical part of the leverage that we can provide, but it's also access to capital markets. So it's public companies that need access, debt and equity in the capital markets. It's other financial services. There's a wide range of other financial services that we provide that are critical to, as you say, mainstreaming nature and biodiversity into the economic and financial allocation system. But also importantly, which is often underestimated, is the role as a trusted advisor. As a bank, you're a partner with clients. They can be small clients, they can be very large global businesses, but ultimately you're a partner. And that partnership means you can provide trusted, blunt, clear, honest advice. Now, sometimes clients don't listen to that, sometimes they don't want to listen to it, but ultimately if all banks and all investors provided the context in which we're living, and I think that Emmanuel and Mark earlier highlighted the fundamental weaknesses we've got in the global economic system in a finite world. In an infinite world, it's fine, but we're no longer living in an infinite world. We are hitting all the planetary boundaries that are relevant to us as humans. So that trusted advice is critical to the role that we can play, as I'm sure Aviva does as well, as an investor, as an insurer, and we as a global bank. So that's point one. There's a whole range of leverage points that global banks can use, and we at Citi try to use. Second point is we do have to, and again, picking up on Amanda's points, we do have to learn from our experiences with net zero, the climate movement. And number one is we have to have this long-term clear targets. We learned, and all the efforts, all the progress that's been made since 2015 with climate has emanated ultimately from having a clear, long-term, science-based, credible, but very ambitious target. And we have to have the same in nature and biodiversity. By definition, it's going to be more complex, but it has to be simplified, and it has to be, whether it's 30 by 30, 50 by 50, nature positive, but clarity about that long-term target is critical. Then, of course, it's all the tools, the mechanics, the sub-targets that we've developed, science-based targets. Now, the Climate Action 100+ group now converting into the new Nature Action 100+ group. GFANZ has played a critical role. We need a similar effort for nature and biodiversity, and all the sectoral pathways that are important. So all these tools are really important for us to be able to scale the effort and to mainstream this across the globe. The third thing that we're very focused on is that we've got 240,000 employees at Citi. We've built up a team that I'm responsible for of 35 bankers. 35 bankers can only go so far, but 240,000 can go a long way. And so an important part of what we try to do is to scale this effort internally. If we can get 240,000 bankers within Citi, replicate in other banks, other investors across the globe, to understand what planetary boundaries mean, to understand what the tipping points mean, and then to be able to talk to clients in a clear, credible way, that can change the framework in which we're living and executing the actions that we need to take. They're the three key elements of mainstreaming that we're really focused on. That is long-term target. Hopefully it's not too long-term, but credible science-based targets that are ambitious. Secondly, all the tools and systems that we've created for climate that we have to recreate now for nature and biodiversity. And then really scale this effort up across all of our bankers across the globe in both the developed markets, but very importantly in the emerging markets. Thanks, Eric.
Great, thanks very much, Keith. Need clear science-based targets. Need to know what you're headed towards. Amanda, along the similar lines that you were raising, and I think also pointing out for large organizations, it's not only about what you do externally, it's actually getting fit for purpose internally, which is no small challenge. I would like to now come into the public finance dimension, and Remy, come to you. In your work leading the IDFC and Finance in Common, you're engaging with and leading a large number of development banks. As I mentioned, you're working very closely with the MDBs, the bilaterals, the national, both in developed and developing countries. Development banks have a huge amount of expertise, including on these issues. But how do you come to a common vision on biodiversity with such a varied group, with sometimes our policy-based organizations who are pushing maybe in different directions? How do you bring them together?
Thank you, Eric, and good morning, everybody. Fantastic to be in this room. First Finance Day ever at Biodiversity COP, and so many people here to challenge all of us to do more. And yes, I'm here with Benigno to carry a message of support to COP15, of movement, of hope from the community of the public development banks. That because of, I would say, of SDGs, because of climate, then biodiversity, but also the social and inequality dimension are joining forces more and more since 2015. So I'm the chair of one of the groups of public development banks that is called IDFC, International Development Finance Club. 27 of us from all regions in the world, mostly national development banks. So you know the China Development Bank, you know DBSA in South Africa, you know BNDES in Brazil, you know KfW in Germany, you know Bancoltex in Colombia, many of us. And yes, our common thread is definitely green. And we are now measuring our investments, public investments for climate and biodiversity. $224 billion US last year, 2021, of green finance, and 18 for nature specifically. And we significantly increased these figures since 2015. And my fellow CEOs allowed me to commit today to push the ambition by 2025 and mobilize $100 billion US for biodiversity by 2027. And they also allowed me to, I would say, to commit by anticipation to align with the global biodiversity framework as we are progressively aligning with the Paris Agreement. We are doing a lot to increase the standards and capacity of our members. From IDFC, which is only 27 public development banks, and with MDBs, especially I want to commend the work made by IDB that will host next year in Latin America the fourth edition of a bigger, larger movement that is called Finance in Common, FIX. So we will have the fourth summit, and the idea here is very simple, is to gather all of us, the whole community. And we have found that there are 520 public development banks in the world. So we excluded commercial banks owned by the public. So it's really public financial institutions that have an SDG mandate, I would say, a specific mandate. And when you add the financial firepower of all these institutions, it amounts to 2.5 trillion existing public investments each year that have to turn green, of course, and also to mobilize their ecosystem, their constituency in each and every country in the world. So it means that 15% of all investments each year are public. So 85 are private. And so that's where we have to work with Amanda and Keith way more than we are doing. But the governments, I mean, they have this financial capacity to finance the objectives of of the convention, and see us, of course, on the supply side, more financing. See also us on the demand side, because we need to have a machine, some sort of investment banking machine that is able to originate way more quality projects for climate and biodiversity. And the public banks, especially when there's a market failure, as often in the global south, can help bring capacities and originate projects that can be then financed by public and privates. So I conclude, of course, by wishing a huge success to COP15. We need you. We need an ambitious and strong framework coming from Montreal. It's expressed in the Biodiversity and Finance Action Plan that I think will be approved today as our collective contribution. We need Target 15 running, and we need, I would say, a twin mandate for each and every public development bank in the world. Of course, a mandate for solidarity, international solidarity, but also solidarity in each and every country, meaning we are there to finance what nobody is financing, or maybe sometimes what nobody will finance, especially the private sector. We have to be clear on that. And then if we do that, please put in the agreement a wording that looks like Article 2.1c in the Paris Agreement, meaning having a clear guidance to transform the financial system as a whole, and help all financial institutions to align. It's not really about mobilizing, because the private sector will do it. It's really about joining forces, exploring risk and opportunities, and serve in the end the convention. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thanks very much, Remy. And you point out, I think, what is well known in the room, 15% public, 85% private, of a pie that is too small and, of course, needs to grow both sides of the pie. But it's also about how can the public be catalytic, particularly in terms of risk, in terms of we talk about innovations in blended finance. And of course, there's a lot of experience, a lot of what has been done. But I think there's a general view that a lot more is needed. And as I heard in meetings yesterday, it's about how can you make finance boring? It's not only about innovation, it's about mainstreaming. And so once you do something right, how do you scale it up 100 times? And we heard from Keith and from Amanda some of the challenges around that. How do we get that across the organizations? But of course, the relationship between the public banks and the private sector in terms of driving innovation, but in a way that can then translate into boring finance for nature positive, for the GBF agenda. Benigno, I'd like to come to you as IDB. You offer a raft of products and services, both to public and private actors, and so are very developed in this notion of how do you share, allocate risk, public to private. Could you tell us a little bit what you're seeing within IDB and how nature challenges, or how you're seeing the mainstreaming of this topic, this important agenda across IDB's operations?
Thank you, Eric, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to share this panel. I would like to reflect on two ideas on the question. First, we believe the holistic approach to nature requires urgent collective action while providing opportunities for the future. Before speaking of financial needs, I want to take a short moment to reflect our purpose here today. Emerson's love of nature is reflected in what he can be considered today as a doctor advice: live in the sunshine, swim the sea, drink the wild air. He also highlighted the nature's beauty is derived by the sum of its parts. As he expressed, nothing is quite beautiful alone. When we experience nature, we can confirm that interconnectedness is what it makes both magical and alive. We are well aware that nature holds the answers to many of the world's most pressing problems, ranging from food and human health to poverty reduction. We are also aware that our negative actions have ripple effects that do not limit themselves to geographical boundaries. We are aware that sustainability can only be achieved through a holistic approach focused on improving climate and healthy ecosystems, as well as new opportunities for green jobs and growth. By incorporating nature transversally across everything we do, we want to optimize and scale our investment. This being said, our approach to biodiversity funding must follow the principle of nature and privilege, international collaboration and partnership. We have advanced this common agenda through the joint MDB Statement of Nature, People and Planet, signed in 2021 at COP26, and the Global Biodiversity Framework, to mainstream nature as part of the policies, operations, and investments of our member countries. We are also excited to work with partners such as France in the UK to deploy funds under the Natural Capital Lab program and support innovative finance projects. We also hope today we can inspire more partners to join us. Our second idea that I want to stress is that our mainstreaming strategy allows us to increase our impact. The IDB effort in Latin America and the Caribbean is multidimensional. The region hosts 40% of the world's biodiversity, 30% of fresh water, and almost 50% of the world's tropical forests. This abundance of natural capital is a great asset, but also represents a great responsibility towards our planet. Today, we need to take immediate action to address both climate change and natural loss. Natural capital is especially critical in post-COVID-19 recovery for the region. This year, we announced an ambitious target of 24 billion in green financing that includes commitment to biodiversity financing. In a 5-year period, we invest over $800 billion in 28 projects with nature-based solutions, component and leveraging additional financing from partners for a total of 1.25 billion investment. We are currently implementing our 2023-2026 action plan for the integration of natural capital and biodiversity across our institution, which can be in effect in January after the board approves it. As part of this work, at IDB, we are developing innovative debt conversion products to fund conservation and restoration at scale, along with associated policy reforms. We hope that our debt for nature conversion experience in Barbados will inspire other countries to take steps toward nature conservation. We are promoting the mainstream of biodiversity as part of our core activities, which include promoting the integration of natural capital dimensions in country dialogues and as a structural element with the IDB financial operation, generating country-specific knowledge and building capacity for effective biodiversity mainstreaming. In addition, the IDB seeks to align its work with GBF by using concessional resources with a significant grant element to support countries in mainstreaming biodiversity across the governments, and supporting the evaluation of nature for planning, budgeting, and economic scenarios. Finally, we'll continue to foster partnerships to support innovative financial approach with IDB Invest, such as sustainability bonds, and IDB Labs, such as early-stage finance, new natural asset classes, tokenization of natural assets, biodiversity habitat banks, biodiversity credit, and digital platform. In sum, our collective action and mainstreaming efforts will allow us to provide holistic solutions in line with nature needs. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Benino. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, particularly as your region is so critical in terms of the agenda and on biodiversity and natural capital. But before I do that, Marcos, the role of the UN. We heard in the panel previously about the enabling policy and regulatory environment that's needed. We're hearing some positive messages around that. What role do you see for the UN widely, and particularly the experience of the UNDP in mobilizing, establishing the environment for sustainable finance to flow towards nature positive?
Thanks, Eric. Bonjour à tous. C'est très bien de rester ici.
Hello, everybody. It's very good to be here with Remy, and that was on my French.
Yeah, and I think this is an important conversation. And we at the United Nations Development Program, we've got a presence in 170 countries around the world. We are also, as Eric mentioned earlier, I have the pleasure at the request initially of the Italian presidents with the co-chairs of the United States and China to be the secretary of the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group. I also host the secretariat of the Financial Center for Sustainability. Together, Eric, we incubated and now we support TNFD. We are also involved on the new task force for inequality financial disclosure, right? The whole gamut of the SDGs. So that national presence that we have in the UN as a whole, right, with this global forum that we are, I think allow us to connect vertically, if you want, the realities of what I discussed here, and then how those things can be implemented, in a way that makes sense. Because, my colleagues from the private sector saying we need something that it is ambitious yet simple. Well, imagine ministers of finance sitting in developing countries, getting, a loss and damage and Global Fund here and an SDG, and so how do we actually help them make sense, right, of all of these in accordance to the priorities and the policies that the governments themselves have put forward, right? Being on biodiversity plans, being on national determined contribution, being on the SDG plans. So we at UNDP, we are working with OECD and others, and DESA and Eric, on something called the Integrate National Financial Frameworks, which we are working 86 countries in putting together a simple, relatively simple, finance framework for the plans that the government said. What we realize is the governors show up and say, here's my SDG plan, or here's my biodiversity plan. How much it costs? I don't know. What are you going to pay for? I don't know. How much you want from the private sector? I don't know. Well, let's answer those questions. Then you'll be in an important position to have a conversation with my friends from the IDB, with the private sector that says, in Mongolia, it costs $17.5 billion. I want 51% from public finance. I want 49% from the private sector. I want to refinance $2 billion on bonds. That now is in place in Mongolia, in Nigeria, and will be in place in 40 other countries by the middle of next year. So that, a little bit about that the essential place to put what is needed in that sense. Now, within that, we are also working to develop 40 implementation of biodiversity finance plans, which are linked, hopefully, with the targets that come out of this COP. Now, what do you fund it? What is the pipeline, as Remy said it? We've designed a methodology, and we're putting together, and there's a platform that we've created where we have it, SDG investment maps, right? Over 30 countries, more at now 600 investment opportunity areas, all of them with return on investment, all of them dealing with things that affect the biodiversity, right? A third of all those are on agriculture, right? So it's essential that we all started to put the pipeline that you, Amanda, need, and Keith need, and others need. But this pipeline and all of this conversation, in the end, has to end up on what was the previous panel's talking, the impact. And this is where I think it's important, the conversation of standards and the conversation of innovation. We shouldn't measure those things by, is it simple? Is it mandatory? Is it regular? Is it voluntary? We need to measure, is it going to deliver the impact? Simplicity, by all means. But if what it takes to deliver the impact is complexity, so be it. The important point is, do we get the impact that we want, being 1.5, being 30-30, being the SDGs as a whole, right? Now, innovation in financial instruments is important. We are working with Eric and others in Latin America on helping taxonomies for the region. We are working with the IDB. I think it's very innovative bond that we're working out of Uruguay together, a sustainability-linked bond with a coupon that goes up and down if the Uruguayan government does not achieve its KPIs. And it's two KPIs. One is on greenhouse gas emissions. The other one is forest cover, right? So again, linked to the biodiversity. So more and more of those mechanisms needs to be put in place. And perhaps my last point here, which I think it is very important across the board, is this issue of subsidies, right? Being for fossil fuel, being for harmful practice to nature. I think Elizabeth mentioned that this morning. How do we move this $500 billion, right, on subsidies, which are not necessarily positive, to a positive direction? Now, moving subsidies is not easy. There are vested interests in political economy. So we have to find a way that as doing that, we don't move those subsidies on the back of the poor or on the back of nature, right? We want it to be redirected to the right way, the right direction, but we want it to do it in the right way. I think we've seen very intended policies in the last few years generate unintended consequences, which the end result is actually to pull the policy away from the marketplace, right? So it's important to be very strategic on this, but we do have to move those subsidies. The problem is not the lack of money. There's plenty of money in the wood. We all know that. Is that alignment and is the right set of incentives to measure the right set of risks?
Great, thanks very much, Marco. So not only alignment, but how to deal with the issue of misalignment, at least on the policy framework, and the key question of, is it actually going to deliver impact? So I'm going to move to the next section of our discussion. We heard a very important intervention from Emmanuel Faber on the ISSB this morning. I think many of you are familiar with or involved with the TNFD. So let's dig into a little bit different, a little bit more specifically around data disclosures and accountability, which is a key topic being discussed here in Montreal. Remy, I'd like to come with you first. AFD, you have quite an ambitious work plan on biodiversity, you mentioned, including around tracking of biodiversity-related impacts across your investments. Do you see this something that other PDBs are going to be picking up? And what about the issue of consistencies with TNFD, ISSB, et cetera?
Merci Eric. Un petit mot depuis.
Thank you, Eric. A small word from the French experience here in Quebec. I might mix French and English a little, if I may. Just to tell you that at the Agence Française de Développement, the French Agency for Development, which is the international development bank from my country,
as hard as we can for nature and SDGs, and hopefully be exemplary and inspire and discuss dialogue with other public financial institutions to do more and to do better. We are in the process of doubling our biodiversity finance from 500 to $1 billion euro, nature positive investments by 2025. This year, 2022, if I go back to Paris for my board meeting tomorrow, if the last projects are approved, we will reach the 700 million euro mark. We are attaching climate finance with biodiversity finance. So 30% of the climate finance projects have now a component that is based on nature, because of course there's a lot of strength on the climate side, and we will embark nature-based solutions within. I don't go into the details of the methodology of alignment. Just maybe one highlight is we want to be totally funded by green and sustainable bonds by 2025. We are at 50% right now, and we want the institution itself to present itself before the financial market and hopefully be rewarded by them for the quality of all our investments. And AFD means the mother entity AFD, so doing the public side, a project on conservation, Macoré project to be approved tomorrow in Côte d'Ivoire, forestry in Morocco as well tomorrow. It's also our subsidiary called Proparco, which is the private sector arm of the group. Our first blue economy non-sovereign credit line in China very recently. And we have a new subsidiary from this year, which is called Expertise France, which is a bit of a French GIZ, which is doing the soft side of it. Expertise France is implementing the BioDev project, which is assisting 16 countries to produce, to accompany them in their NBSAP processes here at COP15. And I add to that, that's very important, the research side. Very nice study we did with Banque de France and GFS called Silent Spring, which found that 40% of the value of securities held by French financial institutions are highly or very highly dependent on ecosystem services. So it's really a macro issue we are talking about. TNFD is very important. There's a development hub with other PDBs, part of the TNFD work, and we are, as you know it, testing the pilots of the methodology to try to reach a common framework for public and private. We were also very proud to do this, the little pink book with Global Canopy that estimate to $1 trillion the investments we need that has to be nature positive each year if we want to reach the objectives of the convention. I close by saying that, of course, we're not working for or by ourselves. The idea is all these capacities we are building are shared with as many partners in this room and beyond willing to work, of course, under the guidance of the UN and especially UNDP. Thanks, Marcos, for the support. President Macron, after Secretary Yellen in the US last fall, after Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, there's a real momentum right now and a clear opportunity to discuss about the global financial architecture, that of public banks gathered, as I said it, but also with private colleagues. Probably the Indian G20 presidency would be extremely interested in revamping, redefining the old ODA framework to embark climate, biodiversity, inequalities, SDGs as part of the narrative and the guidance and the incentives. So Macron announced there will be a summit by June on a new financial pact. So we will contribute as AFD, of course, but I hope all of you will also share thoughts and proposals to have a framework that is, again, more ambitious, more inclusive, and of a better quality than what we are doing today. And COP15, of course, as I said, is a very important step in this journey towards sustainable finance. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Remy, and a commitment to double your biodiversity finance and to be totally financed by green and sustainable bonds by 2025. I think that sets out a leadership position that the rest of the public development community needs to follow. Now, Amanda, you had pointed out the need to know what you can align to, which is more challenging with nature. We are expecting the Global Biodiversity Framework that there is going to be some quite ambitious language around disclosures, but on biodiversity, tracking and measurement of impacts is definitely a challenge. Now, I know you haven't been sitting still on this. You have many people thinking, what does this mean for an Aviva? So can you tell us a little bit about how you're addressing things so far?
Yeah, so look, you're absolutely right. It is a huge challenge, but I really feel that we have to sort of make it head on, as the commitments are not going to be much use unless we do track the progress against them. And I think it's just like any other core business activity, what gets measured gets done. And so we need to treat biodiversity as a strategic imperative. We've made a start on that at Aviva. So we launched our biodiversity policy last year. And I mentioned earlier that we've just released our biodiversity policy report, which sets out in detail, what we've managed to achieve over the last year and against the various commitments that we've made. It is very comprehensive and it looks at a range of activity across the business. So from launching a specific fund for natural capital transition to funding specific biodiversity projects, both in Canada and in the UK. But at the moment, it's this document, which we're very proud of, is fairly unique. Not many of our peers are yet doing the same thing, and in a way, that's a big part of the problem. So we can do all we can in earnest, but unless all of those individual actions come together in unison, I think that ultimately, unfortunately, we will definitely fail. So we can't just leave it up to individual firms forever. So just like the climate change, it requires a coordinated action. And if we just think about on climate, we're really beginning now to properly coordinate our activities across countries with mandatory climate reporting for corporates based on TCFD. In the UK, we've gone further than that. And from next year, listed firms will have to produce transition plans showing that they are accelerating towards the delivery of net zero. And I chair the UK government's task force on this, and it's about giving a clear and consistent guidance. But I think the good news is that we don't need to take another sort of 5 to 10 years for nature to get to the same level of tracking the climate. We've got a lot of the frameworks in place. We just need to build on what's gone before and make it make a sensible disclosure framework for nature. So I'm definitely not pretending that it's going to be easy. It is very difficult. But also, you know, we know that if we collectively can put our mind to things, we will achieve this.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Amanda. And I think everybody needs to be stepping up. It's not only about leadership. Mandatory reporting, transition plans, these are fundamental agreements. We have learned a lot in the climate space. A lot of this is relevant to nature. So let's pull it forward much more quickly than we have in the past. Keith, corporate transition means defining and aligning on objectives. Your relationship with your clients needs to be based on clear targets. How do you see, in terms of the ability to measure progress, and what sort of advice are you giving to your client organizations as they start this transition on biodiversity?
Well, thanks, Eric. And again, I come back to the point I made a moment ago about the role that banks have to play with, in a often very personal way, with top of the house of clients, with CEOs and boards, and that role as a trusted advisor and long-term banking partner with them. So the first thing to do this, I would say, is building a full awareness around where we are in the world. As I mentioned a moment ago, the planetary boundaries framework is very important for us to understand that as businesses, private sector, we're all being impacted as humans, our families, our communities across the globe, if we continue on this path. We know we have to get to net zero, otherwise the planet will just continue to warm. And by the way, we've got at least 30 more years of that on anyone's expectations before we get to net zero. So the next 30 years on the current pathway, things will continue to get worse from a climatic perspective. We know we have to get to nature positive, because if we don't, we'll continue to destroy the planet upon which we thrive and survive. And in that context, I mean, human conflicts can only get worse if we continue on that pathway. Now that's a pretty confronting thing to say to a CEO when you're talking about shareholder value. So it completely changes the nature of the conversation that we have with our clients. And so it should, because we're living in a completely different environment to where we were literally just 30, 40 years ago. So that's the framework of discussion we have to have, and we continue, and we are elevating. I would have to commend, for example, if you haven't seen it yet, but the McKinsey report that was released last week, which is a fantastic report on these issues: planetary boundaries, tipping points, nature and biodiversity, and why they're important for businesses. So that's the framework. If you don't understand that framework, it's very hard to delve into the details with CEOs and companies around what they should be doing about them. The second point then is around, you need to understand the impacts, the dependencies, and the risks as a business, and that means throughout the entire value chain. And what, of course, that means is that for most companies, 90% of their impact, all their risks, all their dependencies will probably be through their value chain, through the supply chain and downstream value chain. And that means making them much more transparent. What was originally designed through the post-World War II capital system was to effectively make supply chains very opaque and hide them away from the capital markets. We're trying to reverse that now. We have to make them much more transparent. Now, as a CEO, as a board and business leaders, that creates enormous opportunities. And so to flip that around, it's not just the risks and the dependencies and the impacts, it's also the opportunities as a business. So how can you think about, in this new environment where we need to become nature positive, what are the opportunities from a technology perspective, from a transparency perspective, getting to know your supply chain really well, right to the origination of all your inputs into the products which you actually ultimately produce. So then, of course, it's measuring, it's disclosing. Disclosure is absolutely critical. All the great work from TNFD, IFRS, as Emmanuel was explaining, it does have to become mandatory. There's no doubt about it. It completely changes the conversation we have with companies. If we say, you should be disclosing this, you should be doing this, is it mandatory? No, it's not. Therefore, okay, well, I don't need to do that then. We'll defer that. Too many are taking advantage of those who are doing the right thing. And I can assure you in these conversations, it makes it very, very hard to get the majority to do the right thing if there are a number who don't. So let's make it mandatory. It just has to be the case. Engaging all stakeholders in these conversations. We're all learning. This entire room is learning about these issues. And as a result, the open engagement with stakeholders, shareholders, employees, suppliers, consumers, governments, all of our stakeholders is very important. The more that we're able to disclose, the more that we continue to learn. We know the data that comes out initially is very imperfect, and often we have to make judgment calls because the data is not actually that great. But the more that we measure it, disclose it, it'll continue to improve. Ultimately, this delves into producing credible net zero transition plans and therefore also nature positive transition plans. All companies need to ultimately produce credible, integrated net zero and nature positive transition plans, no matter what sector. Obviously, some sectors will be far more impacted, whether it's net zero or nature positive. And on the nature positive side, clearly it's going to be the food, agriculture, forestry sectors that currently have the greatest direct impact on nature and biodiversity, but it's also the enablers. It's the technology companies. It's the finance sector. They are regarded as enablers for the nature positive move. And finally, I just want to point out there's going to be some of the new sectors that we need to develop that have some significant impacts on nature and biodiversity, which we have to be very conscious of. So, for example, renewables can, inappropriately developed, can have a negative impact on nature and biodiversity, and for that matter, on local communities. And we have to be very conscious that it's both sides. It's climate, but it's also nature and biodiversity that has to be addressed. A good example of that is sustainable aviation fuels. SAF, by very definition, is going to require land to produce. Now, if the entire aviation sector thinks it's going to solve its net zero journey by just relying on sustainable aviation fuels, which will be extractive from a land perspective, that can also be very damaging. So we have to be very conscious of that careful management between accelerating our journey towards net zero, and at the same time preserving and ultimately restoring and regenerating nature and biodiversity.
Great, thanks very much, Keith. Getting to know your value chain, your supply chain, and in the climate universe, we're hearing, in terms of scope 3 is coming to the fore, and corporate leaders, business, financial leaders are realizing the criticality of understanding not what's under your own hood, but understanding what goes all through the chain. There is potential benefits that once you open up organizations, the 200,000 staff at Citi, to look at climate scope 3 implications across the supply chain, you can also bring in biodiversity considerations. I want to come to Marcos in the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, which is specifically finance ministries and supervisors. They're speaking from a regulatory perspective, and we are hearing calls for mandatory, including from the private sector. But what's the relationship between voluntary industry action, the types that we're hearing about largely here, and regulators? Who comes first, or how do they relate?
Thanks, Eric. From a historic perspective, I think we know that the voluntary came first, right? And has shown us that good integrity in voluntary processes can be a springboard for regulation. So, can give regulators experience, lessons, better testings. I think we are seeing this with the NFD, and by September next year, we already involve 750 institutions in that. So I think that the notion of innovation and the notion of testing things, which then can be given to regulation, is important. One example, we at UNDP are just launching now a biodiversity credit alliance, right? An idea of partnering with others to look at the integrity and to look at evolution of biodiversity credits, with the hope that eventually is regulated, right? I think where we have to be careful is not to use successful voluntary processes as a way to either delay or say that regulation is not needed, right? Look at this. We're doing it. It don't matter. Eventually, I think as Keith said, others is, change of leadership, change of boards, change of these, and then things change, right? And it's not fair to the companies in this room, in this panel with us, which are doing the right things, the other are not, right? Let's level the playing field within the private sector and within governments. So for me, the interaction between the voluntary and the regulated is an interaction of we need regulation, and I think it's obvious that we need regulation now. We need smart regulation. We need regulation that is flexible enough to evolve. And that evolution should come from the innovation that has happened on the voluntary market. And is that voluntary market, being on carbon, being on anything else that is doing that innovation, it is in that interest to come back and say, hey, take it and regulate, right? Otherwise, I think we stay in this universe. I think this summer, the Northern Hemisphere summer, it was a very interesting moment for some financial institutions and asset managers, which were playing with ESG and were hit by one side of the political spectrum for why you even dare to do ESG, and from the other side of the political spectrum by saying, oh, you don't have enough integrity. Well, you know what? If I'm an asset manager, can somebody else define what I should do? Can the regulator come in and define it? That protects that asset manager from what happened and we've seen happening, down south in the neighbor from the south. So that's for me what the relationship is. There is role for both. They're complementary. But we need, at the moment, we need to catch up the regulatory side to the voluntary, which has a couple of decades ahead.
Thanks very much, Marcos. And Benigno, I want to come to you. Often the private sector has looked to the development finance community to set what we call safeguards and essentially to tell you what you need to do to be environmentally and socially responsible. So for IDB, the Amazon, the hotbed of biodiversity globally sits there. How do you see, what are you doing within IDB to establish the norms in terms of accountability of how do we measure and show progress on nature?
Thank you, Eric. First of all, IDB recognizes the Amazon value and promotes its regenerative activities. Anyone who has visited or studied the Amazon basin has experienced the abundance of its plants, animal, outstanding beauty, the healing powers. In terms of economic implication, it is estimated that 17% of South America's GDP is produced in areas that receive water from the Amazon, covering 40% of the Latin American continent. Its tropical forests and repressive biodiversity help to regulate air quality and contains more than a third of all carbon emissions stored in tropical forests worldwide. Last year, we developed the Amazon Initiative, a bank-wide program to support regenerative activities in the Amazon basin. The initiative builds on bioeconomy, land use, forestry, and sustainable livestock, human capital development, and sustainable cities. In parallel, we developed the Amazon Bioeconomic Fund, a $600 million program to ensure support for the Amazon Initiative, which includes $279 million from the Green Climate Funds. The government of Germany and Netherlands also pledged $35 million to support the IDB Amazon Initiative, with a strong focus on the cultural heritage of the Amazon region. As to track natural capital, we require a consensus. We understand that there is a significant interest in quantifying the amount and impact of finance directed toward natural capital. Following the signature of the joint MDB statement last year, the IDB has been working with a task force of members to create a common understanding of the definition of nature positive, its taxonomies, and financial flows tracking. This task is not just for the MDBs. We all have a stake on building a global consensus in terms of accountability and transparency, and definitions need to consider parallel work being done by all stakeholders working on this effort. The definition and screening criteria need to be science and evidence-based and appropriate to different ecosystems, pressures, and local contexts, while capturing relevant positive contribution across a range of products and sectors. In order to have a true picture of an institution, nature positive finance, we must be able to report on all nature and nature climate co-benefits. while also being able to disaggregate when necessary for specific reporting purposes. Today, IDB is releasing a technical note that describes our work with MBDBs with initial thought of principle for tracking. We still need discussion on an overall methodological approach regarding, for instance, the screening criteria and possible thresholds that we could use. As for continuing our net positive contributions, although different options are still under consideration, our hope is that the next year MDBs can bring this principle to the authorities for approval and implementation within each institution process and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Menino. And unfortunately, we are running over on time. I want to do one last lightning in closing. 15 CBD COPs, 27 climate COPs. We often do hear people moaning is to say, oh, you know, how haven't we made more progress? And we are expecting, we are hoping Montreal will be the Paris moment for nature. I want to last comment down my panel. I'm just going to go down, starting with Amanda. By the next COP 16, what are you expecting to help scale up finance for nature? Amanda, what would be the one thing you would like to see in the coming year that would help Aviva move forward quickly in this space?
Sorry, this is very complicated, don't you think? For me, very good implementation plans from governments and regulators aligned with very clear targets and goals for businesses.
Excellent, thank you. Very strong implementation plans. Marcos.
I agree. I think whatever happens here lands on implementation and ideally connecting dots to the national determined contributions, to the SDGs in an integrated finance package. Second, one thing I'm excited about is out of the G20, the Bali Leader Summit, the work that we've done on the Sustainable Finance Working Group has actually endorsed a transition finance framework. So a framework just for transition finance. What I would like is to see implementation of that framework, reality coming down to the ground and implemented in some of the sectors that are more linked to biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Marcos. Remy, COP16?
Well, an obvious one. For COP16, we need an ambitious agreement at COP15. As simple as that. I was the chief negotiator on finance in Paris back in 2015 for COP21, and I really want you to know and not underestimate your role. I mean, the guidance you will set here clearly distinguishes. There's a solidarity issue that is very clear, that is at the heart of the discussion, but there's also an alignment and mobilization of the whole financial system for nature. So of course we need resources for conservation, we need resources to do this work, and we need to do this in an inclusive way, in international cooperation, but please do not forget that we would not be at this table in the diversity of this panel without Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. And so please, I urge you to find the best possible agreement. And then all of us, we will serve it. We will serve the convention in our respective capacities and be accountable to it by COP16. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Remy. Article 2.1c, Ella Nature, very critical to a successful outcome for Montreal. Benino?
Yeah. First of all, I think we need to acknowledge the interconnectedness of climate and biodiversity crisis. I think that there's one problem that have to be addressed in one way with the difference that they may have. And then I think that we have to see more how can we interact better with the private sector. As we were discussing here today, the financing is there, not in the public side. The public side has just a lot of limitation. So it's going to be important to have a true commitment of the private sector in order to scale this financial gap.
Great, thanks very much, Benino. And now I give the last word. Keith, what's needed in the months to come to scale up? Seriously.
I think my microphone has been turned off. So I'm sure here we go. So just to reinforce the long-term, clear target is critical for action. We have to have that in place. It has to be at this COP. It is well over time. It helps to mobilise the entire private sector in extraordinary ways. So that's number one. Number two is we need to get a significant ramp up in the number of companies, financial institutions, banks, investors, and other participants in the private sector to develop credible, nature-positive transition plans. And that means they're work in progress. They'll be created in a way which we learn on the way, but we all have to be getting behind and taking personal action within the companies within which we operate to develop these plans, and that will help mobilise corporate action, but also the financial flows that we need.
Great. Thanks very much, Keith. And I think Remy particularly, but everybody will remember in the lead up to Paris, it was not about waiting for a deal. It was about the role of the financial community, the private sector, to lean in and to basically get started. And I think that's when we say a call for targets, a call for mandatory disclosures, that doesn't mean you sit still. It's about showing how you think it should be done and getting this ratcheting between public and private. And I won't try to sum up this very full conversation. I think all of us appreciate the amount of effort that's being put in from all sides, from the public, from private, from civil society, and how we're hoping for a successful outcome. We need a successful outcome, but it's an ongoing journey. I would, in closing, like to point out that yesterday, 150 financial institutions representing $24 trillion in assets, so a reasonable slice of the global capital markets and the financial system, called on world leaders to adopt an ambitious post-2020 global financial framework at this COP in Montreal. Very pleased UNEP and working with PRI and Finance for Biodiversity pledge. And we received a lot of interest, and I think, like Paris, it was a success because parties understood that the private sector was on board for an ambitious climate deal. Here, private sector, public sector, everybody's on board, so let's get the deal done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric, and all our panelists for this wonderful panel. I think this was really thrilling and inspiring. We are going now to move on to our third and last plenary of this morning program. This is a particular plenary which was co-organized with the World Bank, who we thank warmly for their highly significant contributions. This is going to be a conversation with Ministries of Finance, chaired by Marie-Elga Pangestu, who is sitting here with us, Managing Director, Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank, and Valerie Hickey, who will introduce herself and the panels. Thank you very much. well, as our speakers are sitting down, I will introduce Valerie as Global Director, Environmental, Natural Resources and Blue Economy at the World Bank.
Okay. Where will I switch it off from? From here. Yes, please. Yes, yes. How are you? I'll put it on this. Just like this. In case you remember, you did it. But if you want to do the last, you can still go. Maybe let's go together. You're already there. What is that? The substation is a station one. Station. Yes, where we're headed. Where? I want to send a message.
Let's start in the interest of time. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, guests, and colleagues. It's an honor and a great pleasure for me to chair this session on the economics, finance, and nature nexus, and to facilitate a critical conversation among economic decision makers on the Finance and Biodiversity Day here in Montreal. I think we've heard a lot already about the systemic risks that nature loss poses to the global economy and the financial system, and I could not agree more. To set the scene for our conversation today, let me raise 2 points. First, why is it important to adopt an integrated approach to climate, nature, and development, and a whole of economy, whole of government, and whole of society approach? It's really because biodiversity and ecosystem services support livelihoods, food, water, and security, and the ability of vulnerable communities to adapt to climate change, and quite frankly, their development aspirations. Just as with climate change, the poorest economies stand to lose the most in relative terms from nature loss. Our research shows that in a scenario where just a few ecosystem services, whether it's pollination, provision of food from marine fisheries, or timber from native forests, if any one of these collapse, low-income countries could forego 10% of GDP annually by 2030, compared with the global average of 2.3%. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. And marginalized communities are also likely to face disproportionate effects of the compounding environmental crisis. Specific economic sectors of activity, such as agriculture, fisheries, food services, will suffer the most. Biodiversity loss and climate change are now ranked among the top 3 most severe risks over a 10-year horizon by business leaders, according to the World Economic Forum. So here we are at COP15, and really there is this unique opportunity to put nature and economics on the same economies on the same course. Second, why are we having this conversation with finance ministries? It's because addressing the financing gap and incentives and investment decisions start with effective and efficient use of domestic resources. And that's why we're having this conversation with finance ministers, because they have a critical role to play. Putting economies on more sustainable development paths requires not only increases in conservation and restoration of nature, but also the adoption of fiscal policies that promote a whole of economy approach. Clear economic and fiscal policy signals and budgeting decisions from ministries of finance underpin countries' efforts to promote nature-smart policies in these key sectors. Ministries of finance are also uniquely placed to help align financial decision-making with nature goals, and including by advancing our understanding of the interlinkages between nature and the economy, And by using fiscal policy, such as reforming of subsidies, where we don't want subsidies that reward the destruction of nature, but repurpose subsidies, whether it's in the agriculture and fisheries or fossil sectors, fossil fuel sectors, to make the subsidies really about sustainable business practices and becoming more effective. The World Bank has invested in nature and helped mainstream it into economic and development policy and strategic investments in countries for the last few decades, and working closely, of course, with economic decision makers. And we support the implementation of the post-2020 global biodiversity targets in countries to be able to achieve really what we really hope can be an integrated approach of a green, resilient, and inclusive development. Today's session is an opportunity to outline the strategic ways in which ministries of finance can support this. And without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers and panelists to share their views on what has worked well so far and where the greatest opportunities lie ahead. To help set the scene for this discussion, we invite you to watch pre-recorded remarks from 4 ministers of finance who couldn't join us in person today. We will hear from Minister of Finance of Thailand, Arkham Termpi Tayapaisits, and Secretary of Department of Finance from the Philippines, Minister Benjamin Diokno, and we will also hear from the Minister of Finance from Greece, Minister Staikoras. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. Staikoras. And last but not least, Ms. Jutta, Minister, Her Excellency Jutta Urpilainen, the European Commissioner for International Partnerships. And they will all say something about why it's important for finance ministers to be part of the solution and what they are doing about it. So let's hear the video message.
Healthy ecosystems underpin a green, resilient, and inclusive development. This vision requires massive finance flows and investments.
Between 1970 and 2018, there was an average 69% decline in wildlife populations.
Protecting biodiversity is necessary in order for us, Ministers of Finance, to achieve our critical mission, promoting the growth and sustainability of our economies while advancing the prosperity of current and future generations.
If nothing changes, we will lose life-sustaining plants, animals, and microorganisms. The lives and livelihoods of many communities are at risk.
The Ministry of Finance of Thailand has implemented the biocircular green economy model as to make economic growth sustainable, resilient, and inclusive.
The Greek environmental strategy includes the implementation of green budgeting in the context of our performance budgeting reform.
To build a sustainable finance ecosystem, we have developed a sustainable finance roadmap to synergize investments from the public and private sector. We are also studying the feasibility of implementing carbon pricing mechanisms.
We support biodiversity with 7 billion euros funding in partner countries. Through the European Fund for Sustainable Development and its financial guarantees, we reduce risks and mobilize additional investments.
Fiscal measures remain central to our policies to drive the green growth. Reducing import duty rate for the materials, and equipment that protect the environment. Exempting corporate income tax for companies that invest in green technology and adopt sustainable practices, such as zero waste production.
We must also do everything we can to increase investments that benefit nature. This is a key objective of the EU's Global Gateway investment strategy.
We have also set up the policy framework for our specialized financial institutions to promote green and sustainability products and services. We successfully issued the Sustainability Bond in August 2020, the first of its kind in ASEAN, to promote economic growth and sustainability.
Biodiversity objectives are also addressed by the reforms and investments of the Green Transition pillar of Greece's Recovery and Resilience Plan, while a substantial percentage of our climate finance is allocated in biodiversity financing.
Of biodiversity loss and climate change are fundamentally interlinked. They must be addressed together as part of a broader green and inclusive recovery. Healthy ecosystems underpin a green, resilient.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Ministers, for those excellent remarks. I think we've heard a lot about what these the three finance ministers have been doing and support from the European Union. Let me now turn to Valerie Hickey, Global Director for Environment, Natural Resources and Blue Economy at the World Bank, who will introduce our distinguished panel and steer the discussion and provide a short recap of why we at the World Bank Group see nature at the core of our development work. Over to you, Valerie.
Thank you so much, Mary, and good afternoon, everybody, including everybody watching online. As many of the distinguished guests on that video and many others, and we're going to hear from more on the panel today, have mentioned, for a long time, nature was a nice to have. Now everybody, including ministries of finance, recognize it's a must-have. And that's because for a long time, GDP gains came at no seeming expense to development. We saw GDP, even as economic activity was what the UN Secretary General said here last week, a weapon of mass extinction. It didn't seem to stop economic activity, it didn't stop jobs and GDP, it didn't stop development. From 1980 to 2020, the incomes of the poorest people in the world doubled. Maternal mortality halved, child mortality halved. Everything seemed to be going right, even as nature, as we heard from Minister Urpilainen, was devastated. It didn't matter until it did. And all of a sudden in 2020, with the advent of COVID, with climate change no longer being something that we worried about happening to our grandchildren, it was happening to us, it's happening to our living grandparents. And with an increase in conflict, everybody recognized, including at the World Bank, that nature wasn't a nice to have, it was a must have if we were to continue to get people out of poverty. Because COVID and so much disease ends up coming through zoonotic diseases that travel from wildlife through livestock to people at the arc of deforestation, where wildlife crime is happening. Climate change, we all know the link to nature. We simply cannot bend the climate emissions curve without saving nature. And for too many people at the rural frontier, at the forest frontier, in coastal areas, other types of adaptation, other than nature-based solutions, they're not available and they're not affordable. So nature is a solution not just to mitigation, it's to adaptation too. And nature, unfortunately, and the loss of nature has caused, has made worse, or has financed conflict across the world. 40% of all conflict since the end of the Second World War has the loss of natural resources at its core. And so suddenly we realize that nature does matter. We can't do business the way we always did business, thinking that we can allow nature to disappear and it won't matter, because it does. But we're not the only ones who get it at the World Bank. You heard from the Ministers of Finance. You're going to hear from others here today. We hear every day for example, from the ministers of finance across West Africa who are concerned about fisheries. There's 70 million jobs across sub-Saharan Africa dependent on fisheries. But in Nigeria, for example, 53% of their fish stock is going to disappear by 2030 because of climate change and overfishing. Think about what that means for jobs and GDP. Think about what that means for food security. In Ghana, it's 60% of their fish stock is going to disappear by 2030. So this is a conversation not just about nature, it's a conversation about jobs, GDP, it's a conversation about food security. It's a conversation about the strength of the financial sector. We've worked with the Central Bank of Malaysia. They wanted to understand how dependent on nature were their commercial borrowers. And it turns out that their commercial loan portfolio, 54% of it is highly dependent on nature. Think about what that could mean for non-performing loans, what that could mean for macro stability. So nature is a macro critical issue. Here at the COP, when we talk about how do we save nature, there's always two gaps that come up, the policy gap and the finance gap. We need to align policies, we need policy coherence, we need nature positive policies, and we need more money. We need better money, we need more impactful money. And the people who answer those two questions more than anybody are ministers of finance. And that's why I'm so delighted that we're joined on the panel today and with some colleagues on the video. By first to my left, the Honourable Eric Girard, who's the Minister of Finance here in Quebec, and a big merci for welcoming us to your beautiful city and state. We have Ms. Carola Mrema, who's the Director of Financial and International Affairs at the Ministry of Finance in Chile. We then have Mr. Pekka Moran, who's the Special Envoy to the Minister of Finance in Finland. And then we have the Baroness Minister Joanna Penn from UK Treasury. And then joining us online, we have Mr. Amos Lugolubi, who's the State Minister for Finance and Planning in Uganda. But I want to turn to you first, Minister Girard, because of course you're welcoming us here. And as we all walk and run between different meetings and run back to our hotels at night, we know that Montreal is a beautiful city, but Montreal sits in an extremely large state that has over 4,000 species of plants, lots of biodiversity. As Minister of Finance, how do you think about that when you're drafting your fiscal policies?
Alors, merci beaucoup et
Well, many thanks. And welcome to Montreal and to me. This is the first United Nations conference, so this is a real privilege. And it's important, I think, for members of the financial sector to be involved. So, Quebec, for its fiscal policy when preparing its budget, always takes into account the climate perspectives and biodiversity perspectives. So I would like to talk to you today about where we are at and where we want to go to. Where we're at, we're very proud of our carbon bond with California, which enables us to limit the emissions on our territory and also to get the prices to fluctuate, the carbon stock, carbon market, or the revenues that enable a green economy to be able to aim our targets in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation to climate change. And of course, we have to add the biodiversity element to this. Another fiscal element, which is very important, is the emission of green bonds.
project, and it's a very important link. Et bien sûr, nous avons les.
And of course, we also have some positive incitations, which means that we encourage the production of electric buses, but we also subsidize the purchase of electric vehicles. But this is what we do already. And what we do already is, of course, not enough. And this will lead me to where we want to go to. And in the case of Quebec,
electric vehicles, we're going to get a lot less fuel tax. And fuel tax has been used a lot for financing public transit and roads. And as we look not to the very distant futures, 2-3 years from now, the increase in electric vehicle will reduce our income, and we will need to look at fiscal policy differently. Je suis un économiste et
and I am an economist, and the most important rule in economy is that when you modify a relative price or period, you can change behaviors.
that we will change behavior. And that is very important for economists, and that has very important implication for fiscal policy. Par contre, j'aimerais dire que les
However, I would like to say that we must move forward at the same rhythm as civil society. It is civil society that will tell us the changes that the government can lead the thinking, we can help towards that thinking and reflection. But however, it's absolutely essential to have the buy-in from the civil society, and therefore the changes in the relative prices that we will introduce in order to change behaviors will need to be done with the support from the civil society. In the end, the government must follow the evolution of the civil society, and society asks for changes for biodiversity and the climate much faster than governments and leaders are prepared to do. Civil society is before the government, and it's up to us, even if we lead that reflection, to support the civil society and to support them in leading to these changes in the relative prices that will make all the difference.
I have to say, for many of us around this table, and this has been happening all day during Finance Day, it's so nice to hear terms like fuel tax, green bonds, relative pricing, terms that 10 years ago would not have been discussed here at the CBD, but really brings to fore the types of challenges that you as a Minister of Finance have to face, the good and the bad, where it helps, where it could hurt. And how do you manage that in partnership with civil society, which I think is so important. We're going to turn to another partner online. We have Mr. Amos Lugulubu, who's the State Minister from Uganda. And I know you're going to have to leave after answering this question, Mr. Lugulubi, but we're delighted you could answer it because it's so important. A lot of people here are talking about the importance of natural capital accounting and putting natural capital on the balance sheet for governments. How are you doing that, and why do you think it's important in Uganda?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. And I want to thank you for this great opportunity to have this dialogue at the COP15. The government of Uganda, in terms of natural capital, has been working to establish a new system of natural capital accounts. Natural capital accounts is a standardized approach to measuring and valuing natural resources to inform decision making. So we have been compiling this information about our natural resources. How are these tools being used to inform fiscal policies so as to increase financial flows towards nature-based solutions to adaptation and mitigation? And that is the question that I'm required to answer. But in order to answer that question, it's important first to note that in Uganda, most of our people depend on natural capital for survival and livelihood. They engage in agriculture to the extent of about 70% of the entire population is in agriculture countrywide. The agricultural sector contributes 24% of our GDP and 48% of our exports. So it is very critical. Over 90% of our national energy demand in Uganda is made from wood fuel resources, which are becoming alarmingly scarce. It is also important to note that our population is perhaps one of the fastest growing population in the world, and therefore, given fixed supply of land resources, we see increased encroachment on these protected areas, including wetlands, forests, etc., and increasing land fragmentation too. Therefore, it is critical to have informed plans and policies regarding natural capital in Uganda and other sub-Saharan Africa, which have similar characteristics. It is known that it is not possible to plan for what cannot be measured. So we are taking this effort to establish these national capital accounts in order to measure the level of the resources we have and the amount of destruction that we are experiencing. So accordingly, natural capital accounts give us an answer to the critical information need for natural capital. And this is one of the main reasons why Uganda has been compiling natural capital accounts based on the system of environmental economic accounting, which is a standard way of measuring national capital. The accounts show the stock and flow of particular resources at a given time. Accounts for resources such as land, water, wetlands, forests, soil, and biodiversity, where a large proportion of the country's population depend, are being compiled. So we have compiled information about all these natural resources. Compiling of ecosystem services accounts, which shows details and the value of services from different ecosystems, is a process that is ongoing. For example, from the land account, we realize significant changes in the land cover, and in particular, the loss of nearly 2.8 million hectares of woodland across the country between 1990 and 2015, with much being converted into agricultural land for farmland services. And that the river basin that lost the most woodland was Aswa, losing more than 0.8 million hectares. So we have gathered all this information, so we know how to intervene given this information. The challenge is that we may have the information, but we may not have the resources in terms of the challenges we have in our fiscal space to actually mitigate the current risks. So it's something that is disturbing us, especially on how to restore the degraded resources. How do we restore the 2.8 million hectares that we have lost over the years? We have established a system for capturing this data, but how to respond? So in many of our countries, the issue of debt has been such a huge challenge, providing very limited fiscal space for us to be able to respond in the restoration of these vital natural resources. So in short, the system is there. We are capturing the relevant data, but the response has been constrained by the available fiscal space. And we believe that some of the opportunities that have been identified, including the green bonds and the Global Climate Fund resources, access to those resources would be very critical. Unfortunately, the procedures are found to be so complex, and our capacity has been limited in terms of how we are able to access those resources. Consequently, the resources continue to be depleted with increasing population, and we really need the strong partnerships with different governments, with different multilateral agencies in order to address this crisis.
Thank you so much, State Minister. And I know you have to leave us, but I do appreciate you spending time with us this afternoon. I think you brought to the fore a really compelling argument that data is absolutely critical. Understanding the scale of loss, understanding where the loss is happening, and understanding that link to economic activity is critical, but it's not enough. Because governments don't just want to measure loss, they want to have the financing to do something about it. And I think that's so important. State Minister, thank you so much. But of course, when we talk about the loss of biodiversity, when we talk about the need to align towards a nature positive world, it's not just a developing country problem. It's a whole of world, every country, every cabinet secretary problem. And I wanted to turn to you, Minister Penn, to talk about how the UK is thinking about this, not just in terms of providing finance and making international commitments, but at home. And I know currently that you are doing a lot of thinking around policy coherence and policy alignment, and have certainly been taking enormous changes in your agriculture sector and thinking about how to make that nature positive. Could you tell us both why and what you're doing?
Absolutely. And I'd first just like to start by saying a big thank you to you and the rest of the World Bank Group team for hosting the session. As you said in your introduction, it's really essential that finance ministries are brought into the conversation about how we protect and preserve nature, because it underpins all economic activities and human well-being. And also, as we've heard, finance ministries have many of the policy levers needed to transform the global financial system, which is to become one that supports a nature positive future, but also our decision making within our own countries. And that's something that we've been working really hard on in the UK, and it's a significant challenge. And one of the pieces of work that we did to help us with that is the Descopter review on the economics of biodiversity. And that really informed our Treasury, our Ministry of Finance's approach to this question. And it's fantastic that that review has become widely recognised internationally as well. And I'm really pleased that the Coalition of Finance Ministers, which now has 81 of us, is working to develop further understanding of nature risks. And I'm grateful to our Finnish Sherpa for his leadership and to the World Bank as Joint Secretariat on that work. And in terms of integrating our understanding around the risks on nature and the opportunities in our own decision-making, we're trying to take action to accurately reflect the true value that nature provides. And so as part of our decision-making process, we require government departments to assess environmental impacts, costs, and benefits of their proposal following something that we in the UK call our Green Book guidance. And we've had our Environmental Ministry, DEFRA, publish further guidance on enabling a natural capital approach to policy and decision making. And that helps us consider the real value of the natural environment for people and the economy, and provides extensive guidance for evaluating and monetizing natural capital impacts. It's a very rapidly developing area, and we've convened a further group of experts, including academic economists and scientists, to also do further guidance on the valuation of biodiversity for use in the appraisal process. I think it's fair to say from our experience, we've made pretty good progress on developing some of these tools that help us in our decision-making process. But embedding their use across government continues to be quite challenging, and something that we're still having to work on. And we just heard from the Minister of Finance in Uganda about their work on natural capital accounting. That's something that we've got our National Statistics Authority to do further work on for us, and they've published natural capital accounts as part of the country's national accounts now. And for example, they've just done a further piece of work that estimates the health benefits of outdoor recreation, which has increased our estimates of the value of UK natural capital by £600 billion to a total of 1.8 trillion. So that just puts some further figures on that. And we've also heard about kind of trying to move beyond GDP in how we view our development and the value of that. GDP does remain one of our most important economic indicators, but out of the Dasgupta review, we've also got our national statistics body to do further work, recognizing the limitations of GDP and how we can go beyond GDP and increase the prominence of those natural capital accounts in our approach. I will get on to the point about agriculture in a minute, but I just wanted to touch on your point that this is both a challenge for developed countries and also developing countries, and we need to make sure that developing countries have the proper support to continue their work in this area. And that's why I'm pleased to announce today that the UK has committed £7.2 million to a new nature positive economy programme, and that will be delivered in partnership with the UN Development Programme's Biodiversity Finance Initiative and the Financial Sector Deepening Africa. And this programme will support governments, central banks, businesses and financial institutions to integrate nature-related risks and opportunities into their decision-making with new tools to manage nature-related risks and unlock new nature markets and mobilise public and private flows for nature. And for example, we see it as important in supporting the capacity and groundwork preparations needed for widespread uptake of the TNFD framework and moving towards nature disclosures. Turning to the point about farm management, you're absolutely right. We're in the middle of the biggest transformation of our system of agriculture and the agricultural support government provides that we've had in more than a generation, I would say. And what we're trying to do is move away from untargeted area-based payments to creating a system that empowers farmers to take actions that benefit people and nature. And that's all whilst increasing productivity and producing healthy food. So our new environmental land management schemes are specifically designed to contribute to the goals of our 25-year environment plan by restoring wildlife-rich habitats, supporting species recovery, and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. And it's a combination of incentive-based schemes that are combined with a package of grants to support agri-innovation, productivity, and research and development. And through this scheme, we're trying to expand our view of agriculture from one focused solely on food as the purpose of farming to one in which food production and the environment are synonymous, with farms making a healthy income from both. We're right in the middle of that transition. It's not straightforward. Part of the work that we need to do is develop our market in ecosystem services so that the environmental side of the scheme does generate income for farmers in a similar way to food production. But we're making quite a lot of progress, and I think that combined with the Dasgupta review that we did, but the commitments that have flown from that in terms of integrating nature into our decision making means that we've made quite a lot of progress. And I think our hope is that accounting for nature in economic and financial decision making becomes more mainstream, and that's why I welcome panels like this, and I'd hope to have further conversations with other finance ministries who are considering similar steps and undertaking their own work in this area so that we continue to learn from each other.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think that call for learning and having a contagion of ideas is so important, and you brought several to the table. And thank you, by the way, for helping on the how by putting real concrete resources on the table to help financial sector services in developing countries think about what are the tools, think about how do they create the decision support tools. But also thank you for bringing up the issue of environmental health and the importance of health for biodiversity. We don't talk about it enough. And it's particularly important for urban biodiversity. And it's one of the reasons urban biodiversity is so important. And we're so glad that the GBF is discussing urban biodiversity here. But now I'd like to turn to a mega diverse country. And I'm delighted that we were finally able to fix our slight technical glitch. And we're joined by the Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Credit in Mexico, Mr. Gabriel Llorio Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you so much for joining us. And Mexico has long been known as a country that's been very innovative when it comes to thinking about putting together resources to fund your megadiversity. What are your strategies today for tapping public resources, but also international resources and private capital?
Thank you, Valerie. I trust you hear me, but indeed, Mexico
Very well,
is
thank you.
okay. Great. No, indeed, Mexico is the fifth most mega diverse country, and for this reason, the conservation of biodiversity assets and the mobilization of resources to do so has always been part of at the center of a public agenda. And for this, since for instance, actually, we have assigned around 81% of all global environmental facility resources to biodiversity protection related projects. And at the federal budget level, our federal budget is practically aligned with the attainment of the SDGs. And on biodiversity protection, for example, just during this fiscal year, we aligned around 53 actions towards achieving SDG 14, which is to conserve and sustainable use of oceans, seas and marine resources, and also around 124 actions toward SDG 15, which is life and land. But additionally, we have around 16 public programs with subsidies that amount around $5 billion annually to produce forest products with techniques that have a direct positive impact on biodiversity. Most recently, our financial policy focus more on developing the local financial ecosystem here in Mexico, which is aligned to our sustainable development goals, not only on fixed income markets, but also on equity project finance, national development banks, and also carbon markets. And we also have issue, and you already know, sovereign sustainable bonds links to the SDGs, including biodiversity efforts. Our latest or newest policy effort also has been centering in ring fencing the financial system. We are developing around a sustainable taxonomy. It's around 170 actions in a first phase that we are aiming to deploy next year. We are focusing on mitigation, adaptation, sustainable cities, and also gender. But in 2023, we will introduce biodiversity conservation, allowing to classify economic activities and mobilize resources towards the protection of biodiversity. Furthermore, we are working with our statistic authority. For us, it's crucial to account for natural assets and their benefit or environmental benefit of natural protection. Also, in terms of carbon absorption, and to incorporate the value of these assets in our plans or policy actions. And in this sense, we are working with the Mexican sectorial entities in order to improve the ecosystem accounting. And just to stop my intervention here, next year, we are going to publish an integrated strategy to mobilize financing, not only public financing, but also private financing, all the resources that we can mobilize in our green financial sector towards environmental goals and social equity, so that we can actually communicate and provide to the actors or key stakeholders with a coherent roadmap that can provide enough signals in terms of markets and also to establish very clear sustainable goals. For us, I mean, ministries of finance have a crucial role here in this agenda. And the fact that the coalition of the ministries of finance are stepping up and that we are here today is very important. It's a very important step in the right direction. And for this reason, I'm really happy that we are here, at least virtually. And I really thank you for the invitation and for the generosity that you have to listen to the experience not only of Mexico, but other countries. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Deputy Minister. And it's wonderful to hear what Mexico is doing, because on many things, biodiversity, people look to Mexico to see where the frontier is. And it's so important to talk about that need to integrate public and private resources, and more than anything, to socialize what you're doing, to make sure the markets know what you're doing, because markets are looking for signals. They're looking to understand who's doing things right. Where is there a governance gap, and where is there governance credibility that allows them to invest in biodiversity? And you laid out exactly how Mexico is going about that, Deputy Minister, and thank you so much. I wanted to turn now, if I can, to you, Carol, and Ms. Mrema, who in the Ministry of Finance in Chile. There's a lot of discussion currently around restoration. What are the fiscal policies you think matter, and what's your approach in the ministry to thinking about the challenge of financing restoration?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, and very honored to share with my colleague panelists. Just want to share with you how committed Chile is to dealing and fighting and collaborating with policy solutions on biodiversity laws. Our Minister of Environment was actually co-leading the creation of the Loss and Damages Fund at the COP27. And we also have wanted to share with you a strong link with the UK Treasury. We were actually yesterday signing an MOU at the UK Treasury for finance collaboration, and a big part of that was green finance. And we've been working a lot with the teams for us to be inspired, and to learn about the opportunities and how to develop our nature-oriented and based policies. Also wanted to recognize the World Bank for knowledge and capacity creation and all the support. So going to the point, in Chile, we, as I said, are very committed. We have some plans that are dedicated specifically to landscape restoration, for instance. This plan includes a national strategy on biodiversity, but also an adaptation plan of the effects of climate change on biodiversity. In the case of the landscape restoration, this is aligned with the NDC goals that Chile committed, as well as every other country. And in this case, it's until 2030, and the objective is to have 1,000 more hectares of forest. So this is a plan that requires a lot of financing, as every other plan, of course. But in this sense, it's being put forward with an interministerial collaboration. And that, I have to say, it has been a very key and strategic way of approaching a policy directed not only actually to restoration. And so even though the Ministry of Finance plays a very key role in coordinating and having this overview of the macroeconomy, but we are able to align efforts. So in this regard, we're also updating, as I said, this adaptation plan according to a new framework law on climate change that was enacted and includes a lot of biodiversity goals, always, as I said, aligned with our NDC. We have investment also in agroforestry and nature-based solutions. There's a bill to foster irrigation, and so this is being currently discussed in Congress. It's an initiative that includes financing artificial wetlands, for instance. The most recent initiative, and goes again on the this sense that I was saying about coordination. It's a Natural Fund Foundation. This is a foundation that brings a private and also funds from organizations, international organizations, in order to protect at the national level. And this includes protecting or restoration of desertification. I think the advance of desert that we have in the north of Chile, as most of you might know. And this involves also the creation of a new service that will replace what it's called in Chile CONAF, it's Corporación Nacional Forestal. And the idea is to protect areas, but now, putting together the effort of 5 ministries that are now working independently. So this again, it will make more efficient the restoration efforts, and as I say, also for adaptation, which we are very worried about mobilizing resources there, as it's running behind mitigation efforts, as we all know actually very well. And so in this regard, and just to finish on what are the, I could say, most important areas in which the Ministry of Finance itself is collaborating with the other ministries, as I said, but mostly, of course, the initiatives from the Ministry of Environment have to do with many areas the Minister of Mexico mentioned, but also other of my colleagues here, that has to do with providing mechanisms for information and promoting disclosure of information also. So building on, for instance, we're on the stage of defining the basic structural elements that will allow us to build a new taxonomy, a green taxonomy. So in this sense, we already, are at the position of suggesting the Minister of Finance what the objectives should be, what the main, principles that should drive this taxonomy, whether it should have a legal framework or not. So without going into details, this and the Natural Capital Committee that we just created, and actually with a lot of orientation and help from the UK Treasury, will also allow us to give this, measurement base that we need. We cannot act without knowing what we have or what we're dealing with. Of course, that should not stop us from action, which we need right now. But better policies will be based on better data, and of course, the leveraging on private resources has to be key. So public action and public financing, it's not the only way to go. And in our case, we have a small public sector. And so for us, it's very important not only to set the conditions, but also to be able to set investment, for instance, requirements, to actually measure how green our budget is, and also to be able to create facility funds, for instance, in which we can we are trying to create one with the help of the World Bank and also the IDB, I should say, in order to foster and help develop the green hydrogen industry, in which we would like to work very hardly to change our energy matrix into renewable. So I will stop there because there's lots of things I would like to share, but I'm taking a lot of the time of my colleagues. So thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Corona. And you've said something that we've heard again and again here at the COP from the financial services sector, and it's good to hear it confirmed by the public sector, by the Ministry of Finance, this need for clarity over definitions and how to measure that need for a green taxonomy. That is absolutely fundamental to bringing those private resources that are so important to complement public resources. And last but by no means least, I'm going to turn to Pekka Moren. Many of us know Pekka as the climate whisperer who brought the perspective of ministries of finance to the climate table and brings back the climate perspective to the Ministry of the Finance table. And Pekka, if I can you talk to us a little bit about how the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action are going to begin to tackle biodiversity, what you've learned from your work and the Coalition's work on climate change and bringing the Ministries of Finance together. But also, of course, you represent, you're a special envoy for the Minister of Finance in Finland. And what are the lessons from the coalition that Finland is actually itself putting into practice at home?
Thank you very much. And it's really good to be here with so many friends and countries that you could say are the founding members of the coalition, countries that joined in Helsinki almost 4 years ago to start the work. And listening to all of you, it kind of quite clearly tells that we are talking about very broad issues here, which are interlinked. But maybe a word about my own country. I'm happy to announce that yesterday Finland released, the finance ministry released a climate and nature strategy. Why is that important? Of course, that has been contributed by the discussions in the coalition. We've learned a lot from our member countries. That's what we are all there for. But without a clear direction, a really clear strategy, how can you have operational capacity? Finland has been working on some areas for a long time. We were the first country to introduce carbon tax in 1990, but we have been missing the comprehensive approach, and particularly now with the challenges of nature-related aspects. What is the key challenge when all countries, many countries have set climate or nature targets, objectives? That where we come in, what is really the fundamental role of finance ministers is to understand how that transition to those objectives will actually, what does it mean for the macroeconomic, fiscal, and financial point of view? So what are the financing needs? So this is an area where we all have many gaps, and that's where we are developing tools together, and that's what we can scale up in this coalition as well. As said, we are now 81 countries, but we are also supported by 26 institutional partners, which have a lot of expertise, and World Bank. We're grateful for that, and also for organizing this event, also acting as secretariat with the World Bank. So there's a lot of support for the work. And we build our activities on the so-called Helsinki principles, but they are on climate change. So we did that 4 years ago, ministers. This is a coalition of ministers, because ministers get together a few times a year, and then we build a bridge to the technical and political matters. So that's an important feature of the work that we do. But when we go home from this meeting, of course, as said, it's the first time we are in this stage, and we can learn from what we've done on the climate, but we need to really think how we actually integrate the nature aspects into our work. And of course, we have the work of the Dasgupta has been, by the UK, has been very fundamental. We've learned from the central banks network. Central banks network is now 5 years of age, and we will be, we were established a bit later, but we have been learning a lot from the central bank colleagues, and it's an important partnership. We put together a report last June about what the nature-related risks and issues mean for finance ministers. That was an important paper. Without that paper, we probably would not be sitting here today representing the coalition. But I would like to make three main points about the work that we do and really what this is all about. So we are talking about systemic change. And we need a comprehensive approach. Here we understand well the urgency. There is a need to act quickly, but at the same time we need to understand that many of these issues will need to be built on very comprehensive, high-quality work that will take time. So we need to set clear priorities, short-term, long-term, and roadmaps to support our countries. Then we have to be inclusive. And I think that's where the coalition can help, because we have about 1/3 of the country members are low-income countries, 1/3 emerging middle-income countries, then we have high-income countries. And I think we are collaborating quite well together in a good spirit, and we are really building on individual countries' challenges that are similar for many, and then we developed action support the kind of strategic approaches that fit to the countries, and collectively want to support that. But my final comment or final remark is this: that don't take the role of finance ministers for granted, because it's early days. Many finance ministries are lacking capacity. They're lacking even mandates because they are not part of the climate sort of nature governance structures or key actors in many countries. There are countries where this is not the case, but I would say in many cases it's early days. So that's why we have also in the coalition, we have launched a public consultation about and discussion, a dialogue with our stakeholders and colleague ministries on really what role the coalition and the finance ministries should be playing in general in this space. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
No, thank you so much, Pekka. And you finished our panel where we began with that idea of partnership and learning from each other, and that important role of bridge building between the technical and the financial ministries and disciplines, which is so important. And I wish we had hours and hours to spend talking to this panel, because we have a fantastic panel. And we heard from them, and this is directly from ministries of finance, there is an authorizing environment like there never has been before. Countries and ministers of finance, the decision makers in each country, know that this matters because they have the data. Whether it's through approaches like natural capital accounting, they understand the link between nature and development. They understand the link between nature and jobs and GDP and all economic activity. So it's no longer about the why, but it is about the how. And there are still gaps when it comes to the how. And I think that's what we heard here this afternoon, is how much there still is a policy gap. Countries like Chile are looking to see what does a framework law looks like that begins to align climate and nature positive financing in the country. The UK has a green book that's thinking about not just what are the laws, but how do you do it in practice? What are the rules and regulations for making investment decisions? Mexico is thinking about how do you bring together the public and private sector? What does that look like legally? What does that look like in a framework? So the policy gap is something that's being discussed. It's something that is that has experiences that are out there, good examples that are shared through opportunities like the Coalition of Finance Ministers to combat climate action. But the how is also about money, and we heard that so clearly from Uganda. There needs to be money put on the table, and it's not always about the quantity of money. It's also about access to the money, making sure that the countries who need it get access to it when they need it. And I thought that the state minister from Uganda said that very, very eloquently. And it's not just about access, it's not just about quantity, it's about impact. And how do we create the kind of green taxonomies and the measures that show that money is working to attract that private capital that can come in and complement public money? And then finally, we started and we ended with the importance of partnership. And Minister George, you were very strong in talking about the importance of civil society to complement government. The importance of working across cabinet with different ministries. It's not just a Minister of Environment and Minister of Finance, it's all the ministers in between. And it's about working with the communities and Indigenous peoples who are out there defending nature and making sure they have a seat at the table as well. So a huge thank you to the panel, and I'm going to hand back to Mary.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you to all our panelists for this very rich discussion, which I think Valerie has summarized very well. Let me now invite Mr. Emmanuel Nyirikindi, Vice President from IFC, to bring in perspective from the private sector and reflect on what the finance ministers have said and how you think as from the private sector, how you respond to these the perspectives shared from the finance ministers, and what you would see as the most transformative policy action that ministries of finance could take so that private sector can better align their practices with nature goals. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Mary. It's also a pleasure to be here. So, Mary, we've today had a very rich discussion on the role that finance ministers can play in transitioning economies to nature-smart pathways. And we had quite a bit of consensus from the ministers, the importance of bringing a coalition, not just of ministers, but of bringing the whole of government to these efforts. Not just to define policy, but also very clearly to signal the intentionality, I think, of the whole of government in bringing private sector to bring these goals. So I think that is critically important. It's not just any one policy action, but the importance of signaling the importance of this agenda to the private sector. So, and this we had from multiple of the ministers on the stage, but also those that we had from virtually. So I think the private sector is really motivated primarily by two things: managing of risks, but also reaching out for opportunities. And I think finance ministers can then play a key role in two ways, right? The first is they could take policy and regulatory actions that require understanding, measuring, and the reporting on risk to green financial systems. We've had a lot of that, this scope. How can we green financial systems and then bring that to scale? We also heard about taking of action to incentivize the financing of economic activity that seeks to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. And that came across quite clearly on this panel. So two concrete things. I think we at the IFC are very much in consistency with what we had today. The importance of working with regulators as other parts of the economy. We work with the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network. And one of the priorities, that is a coalition, by the way, of actors, regulators, commercial banks that have 85% of the balance sheets in emerging markets, about $43 trillion in assets. We work with them on this agenda of greening the financial sector. The important thing is to build a robust environmental risk mitigation practices in domestic banking systems so that we can green the domestic banking system. We've been working, therefore, on the listing of positive list taxonomies, which was mentioned also on this panel, so that we can direct domestic finance in addition to national capital to green projects. So key priority, bringing other actors in. So this grand coalition. I think that the other important thing that we can do is, again, have clarity on which areas do we want to attract the private sector in, particularly in domestic economies, and therefore the point of taxonomy, which was also mentioned by the minister in Chile. We have a taxonomy on biodiversity positive projects, but also very much supporting clients as they come to new sectors in particularly emerging markets, that they then help this nature smart economic transformation. So the coalition of partnership, but also making clear where we want activity to be and making that as simple as it can be to understand. Thank you, Mari.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for your very valuable insights. Now let me turn to Minister Sakharopoulou. I would like to appreciate you joining our discussion today. France has been a global leader in adoption of policy interventions for its industries to transition to sustainable practices and in incentivizing integration of nature-related risks into financial decision-making. So I would like to ask you, building on France's experience and given what you heard from today's panel, could you reflect on the most transformative policy actions that could support a whole of economy transition to a nature-positive future? And how can the international community work together in this space? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, dear Mary, for organizing this discussion, and thank you for the invitation. First of all, I feel a little bit alone as a Minister of Development and International Partnership, and I felt that I was out of the coalition, as the colleague of Final said. But I'd like also today to profit and say that I believe totally that the Minister of Development have to be part of this nice coalition. And why? Because first of all, protecting, we speak about biodiversity and nature, but it's the same question regarding climate. And for me, what I understood, because I'm all the time on the field, that it has been, that it is old fashion to say that we have the finance for nature, for climate, for development. Here we have a big issue, and if I have, allow me, Mary, to say that if we see the negotiation, what is happening, the question is always the financing. So I think that we have to start to think about in a way, in a different way. So biodiversity, so if I have to speak regarding biodiversity, that for many countries, as I traveled to Vanuatu, to Papua New Guinea, I saw how concrete is not a question of reach, of how we're going to think about how we can invest. There is an emergency. For them, the fishes are the main source of food and income. The corals and the mangroves are the first barrier to protect them. And of course, I'd like to mention the obvious link between, as a doctor, between nature and health, this One Health approach. So we are speaking here, but some people are risking. It's vital, the question of how we can finance their biodiversity, their climate. So I think that it's important that the Minister of Development are evolved in this conversation, and we can, align all financial flows on the protection of nature. And just to say that these days in Montreal, we have the opportunity, dear colleagues, to adopt an ambitious new global biodiversity framework. As in 2015, this magic moment of Paris Agreement, now is the time to mainstream and implement the idea of nature-aligned and nature-positive finance. And of course, I totally understand that it's a complex task for everybody, but it's absolutely key to reach our biodiversity objectives. Because aligning financial flows on biodiversity needs, it is also a choice. We want to continue to spend on restoration, or do we need to limit negative impact on biodiversity? This is a choice. And also, we have unlocked new financial resources necessary to fill the nature financing gap. So we need, I think, first to build the incentives for both public, as you said, and private finance. And on the public side, green budgeting implemented in my country, in France, has allowed to assess and identify the impact of public expenditures along 6 environmental dimensions, including biodiversity. On the private sector side, we need an enabling framework to make sure that businesses disclose its dependency and its impact on biodiversity. France has been at the forefront of disclosure on environment since 2001. Through our law on energy and climate, we have established the first mandatory reporting obligations on biodiversity impact and dependencies for the financial sector. We're also doing it at the EU level through the taxonomy and the corporate sustainability reporting directive that was adopted under our French presidency last June. The next step is to align all financial flows with clear biodiversity objectives. Through our agency, AFD, we have a leading role in aligning its operations and programming with biodiversity objective. So we have developed a methodology to ensure that biodiversity is taken into account into all our development projects. In all, our goal is to double our bilateral biodiversity finance from 500 million euros in 2019 to 1 billion euros in 2025. And of course, we will encourage all other donors to take similar commitments to align their activities with biodiversity objectives. And protecting nature is also not only a global challenge, but we have also to take a global actions. And here is the role, dear Mary, of multilateral development banks. That multilateral development banks send a very positive signal at COP26 on nature, with the publication of a joint statement on nature, people, and planet. But we believe that the banks need to go faster, and as shareholders, we must encourage them to do so. And for climate, we need the multilateral development banks to do three things, I believe. First, they need to scale down investment with negative impact on biodiversity. Second, they need to mobilize additional resources for projects with positive impact on the preservation of biodiversity. And third, they need to start reporting on their nature-related risk and impact and set quantitative targets for COP15. So France, with a group of 12 countries, issued a joint letter addressed to President Malpass asking to accelerate the bank's efforts on nature. So the dialogue has started, and I hope it will bring concrete results, if not here in Montreal, but at least under the spring meetings in a few months. Just to finish, I'd like to say, everywhere I go, the diagnosis is the same, that all the multilateral development banks are mandated to tackle the challenges of this 21st century. So I think we know, all of us, the problems. I don't want, and this is my engagement, my commitment in politics, I don't want to see a division between North and South. This is our responsibility of politicians, of multilateral banks, of everybody. So I'd like to say it's very important that all the development banks are engaged on biodiversity and not only on climate, on development. And that's why President Macron announced that it's the time, finally, to have a summit in June and to build a new financial pact with the South. So thank you very much, and I hope that this rendezvous will continue between the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Development. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much, dear Chrysola. We actually deliberately invited a non-Minister of Finance to provide a perspective and reflect on what the Ministers of Finance are saying. Because at the end of the day, I think Pekka also mentioned it's not just the finance ministries. Obviously, we are talking about a whole of government, whole of economy, whole of society approach. It does need to have coordination across the government, as well as international support around that. We are at the end of this really good discussion, very rich discussion we've had. I'm sure all of you will agree that I think we have at least agreed on the common vision. I didn't hear anybody not disagreeing with the importance of integrating nature, climate, and the economy, and the real risks that it poses on the livelihoods of people. We heard it from the Minister of Uganda, for instance. And I think Valerie actually summarized the discussion already very well. We kind of have an agreement on the what, but on the how. How do we achieve this, and what are how do we address the policy gaps and the financing gaps? And I think on the policy gaps, we talked a lot about data and measurement, the importance of data and measurement, whether it's natural capital accounting or the green taxonomy that will underpin regulations, and the kind of policies that are needed, fiscal policies that provide incentives. I think the relative price of carbon was a very important point raised, carbon pricing, subsidy reforms, tax incentives. And actually the Minister of Thailand pointed to something which was important. He said reducing tariffs to enable you to import environmental goods and services. And I would just want to say that the policy gap is wider than just what the finance ministries are about, but the finance ministries have the policy instruments to be able to implement the wider national biodiversity and climate change action plan of countries. And on the financing gap, I think we heard a lot about what governments are doing, whether it's the green budget allocation or the green book guidance or the green financing in issuance of green bonds, and the importance of access to concessional financing, say from development banks, multilateral development banks, that allows the countries to mobilize their own budgetary financing, as well as, I would say, we heard also from the private sector that it can also mobilize the private sector. And this is really the whole totality of bringing all financing together. But the fact that we are meeting here today at COP15 with finance ministers, I think is already a big step compared to where we were even a few years ago. And I just wanted to close by saying that somebody was reminding me that the first time finance ministers actually started attending COP was in Bali. This is in 2007, and I'm Indonesian. I happen to be at that COP. And the conversation has really developed to the point where we now have a finance day, not just in COP, the climate change COP, but now today, the first time in the biodiversity COP. So I would say, despite early days, as Pekka was saying, I think we have had a good start today. And thank you very much to everybody for being here today. And thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, Madam Chair. We are coming to the end of those morning sessions of the Finance and Biodiversity Day. A buffet lunch is available and served in room 710A, courtesy of Finance Montréal. Room 710A is accessible via the escalators to the 5th floor and then up. The breakout sessions will resume at 2:30, as indicated in the agenda on the webpage and on the application guidebook. We will now play a pre-recorded video by Mr. Ravi Menon, Chair of the Network for Greening the Financial System and Director of the Financial Monetary Authority of Singapore. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and delighted to be able to address you on this important occasion of COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity. The world is getting painfully acquainted with the impending climate crisis. There are promising efforts at mitigating this crisis, though far from what is necessary to avert disaster. But the planet faces a second crisis: nature and biodiversity loss. The nature crisis is no less threatening than the climate crisis, but it is much less appreciated and much less is being done to mitigate it. We assiduously measure and seek to grow our physical and human capital. We speak of the importance of social and political capital, but we fail to appreciate, let alone measure, natural capital, the world's stock of natural resources comprising soils, air, water, plants, animals, and minerals. These are assets that sustain our food supplies, underpin our economy and society, and enable human life. We are collectively depleting our natural capital and degrading the ecosystems that support it. We're consuming more resources than the Earth can produce in a year. At current rates of consumption, we use up 1.6 Earth's worth of resources. By 2050, our annual resource use will rise to 2 Earths' worth. We're degrading the ecosystems that support this natural capital. the drivers of biodiversity loss have worsened. None of the 20 IKE biodiversity targets agreed at COP10 12 years ago have been fully achieved. Only 6 were partially achieved. The depreciation of natural capital will affect our standard of living and quality of life. Over 3/4 of the world's food crops, worth almost $600 billion rely on insect and animal pollination. The loss of pollinators like honeybees in Europe and the Americas directly threatens our food security. Hidden supply chain dependencies on nature account for more than half of gross value added in industries that are functional or foundational to the global economy, including consumer goods, real estate, and transportation. Nature loss also poses a major threat to public health by worsening air and water pollution. The 2015 Indonesian forest fires cost $151 million in immediate health impacts, while long-term costs remain unquantified. The loss of natural capital exacerbates climate change. Nature loss removes carbon sinks and disrupts natural temperature regulating systems. Conversely, healthy ecosystems help to slow climate change while protecting communities from its impacts like extreme weather. There is growing recognition of the climate-nature nexus, that we need to protect and restore nature to achieve a net zero world and avoid catastrophic climate change. The network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system, the NGFS, recognizes the importance of reversing nature loss for a successful net zero transition. The NGFS was founded 5 years ago on the recognition that climate-related risk is a threat to the financial system and that the financial sector can play a role in enabling the transition to a low-carbon economy. We number 140 members and observers now, comprising central banks, financial supervisors, and international financial institutions from across the world. Nature-related risks have material, macroeconomic, macroprudential, and microprudential consequences. Central banks and supervisors, therefore, cannot afford to ignore nature and biodiversity loss. The NGFS has produced 3 research papers on biodiversity and financial stability, together with the International Network for Sustainable Financial Policy Insights, Research and Exchange, or INSPIRE. The research shows that nature-related shocks can transmit to the financial system. Corporate dependencies on natural capital pose market and credit risks to individual financial institutions' portfolios, which can potentially aggregate into systemic financial exposures. The NGFS has therefore created a task force for biodiversity loss and nature-related risks to help mainstream nature-related financial risks across our work on supervision, financial stability oversight, and monetary policy. The task force will develop a comprehensive conceptual framework to identify the transmission channels from nature-related risks to central banking and supervisory activities. For its part, the Monetary Authority of Singapore has published environmental risk management guidelines for banks, asset managers, and insurers operating in Singapore. The guidelines set out the expectation that financial institutions should manage environmental risks such as those arising from biodiversity loss. Quite apart from managing risks, finance can be a powerful force for helping to bend the curve of nature degradation. We need financing for more sustainable supply chains, better farming practices that preserve yield while minimizing land degradation, and less disruptive infrastructure. The Nature Conservancy estimates that the nature funding gap may be as high as $824 billion per year. What can we do? First, a clear set of goals to galvanize collective action to restore our natural capital. The goals must be ambitious, yet realistic. Just as the Paris Agreement catalyzed the push towards net zero, so can the Global Biodiversity Framework provide a nexus for science and finance to come together to tackle the systemic risks that nature loss poses. Goals to protect key biodiversity areas and integrate nature-related risk management into sustainable production will help to focus the financial sector's efforts. Second, forge public-private partnerships to mobilize financing for nature-positive outcomes. Public capital can help to mitigate project risk and catalyze private capital, especially for marginally bankable nature-related projects. Now, we also need to combine financing with capacity building, technology transfer, and institutional support to reduce risk and enhance the bankability of such projects. At the same time, financial institutions must disincentivize production processes that are harmful to biodiversity while ensuring equitable development. The third thing finance can do: strengthen the quality, availability, and comparability of nature-related data. Good quality data enables effective allocation of capital towards transition finance and combats greenwashing. Unlike climate risks, nature-related risks are often location-specific. Now, we can take advantage of emergent geospatial tools to monitor assets in real time, such as to track the degradation of carbon sinks or high conservation value lands. The NGFS task force that I mentioned earlier will include guidance for future deep dives into nature-related metrics, data, and scenario development. The fourth thing that we can do: reliable, consistent, and comparable nature-related disclosures. Standards will help to guide companies in creating much-needed transition plans for nature. Key stakeholders like the International Sustainability Standards Board, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD, and jurisdictional standard setters must work closely together on this. Along with the climate crisis, the nature crisis is the existential challenge of our times. We cannot focus on one and hope the other will take care of itself. We need to address them both in a holistic manner. This is the growing conviction of the NGFS and the financial industry. With the nature crisis, the financial sector must now translate that conviction into determined action, as it has begun to do with the climate crisis. And a good way to start would be to harness the power of finance to help implement the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you very much.